No.
No, everybody good? Okay, and we'll proceed. So I need a, your approval of the agenda.
So.
All in favor? Agenda adopted as presented. So this evening, we are having a public hearing.
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Hey, could you take the roll in order for the termination of a quorum?
Absolutely. This evening, we have all of the planning commission members present with the exception of Mr. Fletcher Lee. So we have Mr. Knuckles, Mr. Christensen, Mr. Mack, myself, Ms. Luna, and Mr. Hale, all present. Any other points of order?
No, thank you.
So this evening's public hearing for the conditional use permit 2022 for 102 Beach Terrace with DDG Acquisitions. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We're going to allow the petitioner for filing parties to go ahead and speak on their behalf. And then once that happens, we'll go ahead and allow for public input. There is a sign-up sheet up front. If anybody would like to speak in regard to the hearing this evening, please go ahead and sign up. There's a limit of 3 minutes per speaker. And if we've got any other entries into the record for citizens and individuals that are interested that we're not able to email them to the town, we'll go ahead and read that in at the end of the public input. At that time, we'll go ahead and close public comment and then go ahead and have discussion, staff presentation recommendations, and then discussion within the planning commission. So at 4:34, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. With the representatives from Dotson Development. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need to.
Our clock is not quite right. It is
Yeah, it hasn't been
5:34.
adjusted for the time.
Thank you for the point of order.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Adam Tiller at Dotson Development. We also have Brian Ditzler and James Hill on the call, architect engineer, for any specific questions on the designer.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, so we are proposing a mixed-use project on the phase 3 parcels identified that consists of nine apartment units and about just under 9,000 square feet of retail and commercial space. It's different from what you all have first seen, but we believe this is the best design going forward. We're here to answer any questions about it. We've submitted our CEP application and received some comments from the town. There's maybe some questions from you all, but ready to respond and answer any questions you all may have.
Would you care to speak to or provide any of the background or narrative that was included in the application?
Yeah, beyond like the use and
Just you mentioned that it had changed slightly from the original.
yeah, so the original design was 36 units, 3 stories. I think our architect can give me the exact height on that, but I believe it was 45 feet. We've since decreased it by about 10 feet and reduced the number of units to 9 units.
Yeah. Anything else to? Okay. Mr. Dotson, would you like to speak or add some color to the narrative here?
Sure, I apologize. I had a little traffic going into town, so I don't know what was said already, so.
Yeah, so I told them that we have a 9-unit building, 2 stories, about 9,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor. It's changed since the first iteration in late 2020, but This is the design we're moving forward with. Sure, I'll just add there.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to, obviously, construction cost was the first hurdle, but then talked to a lot of citizens about blocking views behind us, and we reduced from 3 to 2 stories to try to be compliant there. Very excited about the retail tenants we have coming on board as part of their retail space, and I'm happy to respond to any questions you guys have.
Fantastic.
Are there any visuals that we can see of what it looks like now? Everything was just kind of architectural drawings.
Yeah, we do have the renderings.
We provided that to you all if
Yeah,
you're
that
able to help them, but
was that. No, I didn't.
I didn't get a copy of that.
We've got a copy of the conditional use permit and all of the site planning. We didn't get any.
It's up on our website now, isn't it?
okay, yeah, it would be on cbvadev.com.
Okay,
So, yeah, I apologize. We assumed you'd have all the materials that you could pull up as part of the package.
that's fine. We've got a supporters out there that might be able to fish that out, but
Well, I was wondering if you could just describe it. I know you talked about a seafood restaurant or a pizzeria. Maybe you could elaborate on the retail and the
Sure.
commercial, residential as well.
I'll comment on the on the restaurants and the residential, and James, architect, is on the call. Let him talk about the materials and the structure of the building. So the 2 restaurants we have on board, they're ready to sign the lease as soon as the CUP goes through. One half of the commercial space would be a seafood concept. The restaurateur is Richmond-based, St. Michael Ledesma, and its concept in Richmond is called Perch, which you guys can check out on the website. Very popular restaurant in the Scotts Dish neighborhood of Richmond. He will be doing both concepts, the seafood on one side, and the other side will be a New York style pizza arcade. So a lot of residents told us that there used to be arcades along the beach and things for kids to do during the day. So we talked with the restaurant group about doing a barcade, meaning a bar with an arcade. So video games, things like picture skee ball and golden tee and things like that for the kids to do during the day. And then it could be obviously a nightlife spot for adults in that as well. So those are the 2 restaurant concepts. Very excited about them. The condos will be 2-bedroom, 2-bath, about 1050 square feet. And then James, do you want to jump in here and talk about the aesthetic of the building and materials?
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so the overall structure of the building, we're going to be, complying with the 35-foot height requirement for the zoning, for the resort commercial zoning. And the kind of general concept is that, the restaurant is fronting onto the boardwalk. And so we have open dining patio area on both the north and the south end of the building. That would be kind of, one of those would be dedicated to the seafood restaurant and one for the arcade. And then all along the boardwalk, we would have kind of an open promenade that would be elevated above the boardwalk by roughly 3 feet. And that promenade could have dining tables along it as well. So the main intent here is to try to activate the restaurant there right along the boardwalk and create a connection between the beach, the boardwalk, and the commercial spaces there. The dining rooms of the restaurant also would have large storefront and potentially some operable garage doors that would open up the interior dining rooms to those exterior promenade and dining areas as well. So that on nice days, all of that could just kind of free flow as a single open space. In terms of the condo units, I think Duke mentioned they're roughly 1,000 square feet, 1,050 square feet each, and 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And each one of those would have terrace overlooking the boardwalk and beach area. The outdoor terrace is roughly just under 100 square feet each per unit. And all of these exterior spaces that I've talked about also are covered spaces. So they are sheltered from some of the elements and provide some shade as well for both the residents and for the dining areas on the restaurant ground level spaces. In terms of the scale of the building, I mentioned we're roughly about 35 square feet or just under that to comply with the zoning. And the exterior materials, there's going to be some combination of horizontal lap siding and then also some areas that are panelized vertical siding as well. And working with the scale of the building and the scale of the residential floor to work with the window patterning and the decks as well. And the intent is to work off of some of the historic details that are used throughout the town as well, similar to what's been done on the townhouse project as well down the street.
James, I think India is working on visuals. Are we able to get the website on the screen?
The email come through.
I don't have anything yet.
Okay. Sorry, James, keep going. Visuals will be better with what you're saying, but we're working on it.
Sure. I think that that's kind of a good summary of the overall structure. Is there anything else that you want me to speak to, Duke or Adam?
I'll let planning commission send any questions your way. Do you guys have any questions for James, the architect?
No, not particularly, just in the application process and the filing for the CV, one of the important things that we want to evaluate and discuss this evening is the potential impacts to adjacent properties and the development's impact on the area as a whole. Would you like to go ahead and shed some light on that?
Yeah, and then Brian Disler, our civil was on. Brian, could you hear that question? Would you like to address that question?
Absolutely, and good evening, everybody. This is Brian Disler with Timmons Group. As far as the impacts to the adjacent community, was that the gist of the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So as far as the fit and the character of the development and how it's going to fit within the adjacent uses, I think Duke and Adam can explain their thought process on that. But from a site and location stance, our goal with this is to make sure that we maintain a prominent presence on the boardwalk with this site and be consistent with the adjacent uses as we make sure that we're fulfilling all of our goals with making sure that the development is consistent with its frontage and accessible for everyone to use. We're also trying to provide additional parking for the area at the rear of the site, which is going to be off of Taylor Street, and make sure that that is consistent and cohesive, reasonably used by our residential and retail components. We're also going to have 2 full access drives on that parking lot coming from Taylor and Hawthorne for circulation. So we think it's really going to be a nice piece on that corner and convenient for the community to use. Duke, is there anything that you guys would like to add as far as just the planning and how that fits in with the community?
I would say we're continuing the commercial corridor right there, and we're also adding additional residential units similar to the condominiums on Taylor Street right behind us.
Yeah. And James, I think they're going to give you the ability to share screens so you can share renderings. I think that's it. Yep.
They have it.
Okay, James, you should be able to do it now.
Regarding the parking, I just want to be crystal clear, who exactly will be able to park in that lot?
So condo owners and guests, retail employees and customers.
And how will that be possible to control?
Signage and parking passes for the condo owners and signage for the retail like you would anywhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just concerned about beachgoers parking there.
Yeah, in our experience in managing properties, the threat of towing is usually signage with the threat of towing would be the deterrent there.
Okay.
So yeah, so James has renderings up on the screen. So this is an aerial shot.
May I follow up on a parking question? So
Sure.
when you said for residents, are you envisioning like a limited common element, sort of like a condo approach to parking for the residents, or like what's the mechanism that you would use to designate?
Yeah, the condo
Like,
owners
do
web.
they have a specific, like, when you sell a unit, does it convey with a specific spot or just a general usage right?
Our intent is to have condo owners have the ability to purchase 1 or 2 parking spaces that we deeded to them, so they could have a spot for them. And then the rest would be marked as retail parking. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it answers my question. So what's the concept behind if you decide not to pay? Does that mean that they would still utilize parking related to the facility, but it would just push the parking onto the public area if they don't want to pay?
They would have, the condo owners would have assigned spots, and then they would not be guaranteed an assigned spot if they don't purchase the spot.
We would assume that most condo owners would buy 1 spot at least, if not 2.
Thanks.
Okay, so the rendering of what you see on the screen now is an aerial shot looking from the water side. James, if you want to go to the next one. It's looking at it from the beach. And then we'll go to the close-up, James. So this is the corner there closest to Hawthorne Street. So you can see that each restaurant will have some indoor space as well as some outdoor space, and you can kind of get a glimpse of what the balconies upstairs will look like. And then James, I think the next shot is the rear shot. Yeah, so this is the rear of the building where the parking lot is.
Are those spaces there for the people that you purchased?
Yeah, so that the parking lot, I think, has 38 spaces in it, correct?
Right. For the
Um,
39.
39 spaces. And so again, that to his question, yes, so the condo owners can purchase 1 or 2 parking spaces, and the rest would be for restaurant guests and employees.
Where's the condo people that are already there now? Where do you park?
Yeah, we have an opportunity for public comment and question. If you'd like to go ahead and do that, we can have you sign up. And, but right now, we're just trying to let the petitioners or the permit applicants go ahead and have a discussion here.
I did want to ask if, once, the public hearing begins, at that point that I would like to ask the questions.
You guys use the
Here.
mic, please.
I was going to say that I would prefer to hear public comment before we ask questions of the applicant.
That is correct. The other thing that I would like to hear from you guys is at the beginning of this, you talked about the power of the reciprocity and cluster development, and just speak a little bit to that and use that as an opportunity to kind of pull together some of the other projects that you've got around town.
Sure. So, I mean, with each phase, we're trying to make sure that each phase complements the other phases. So in the first phase, we're trying to bring more rooftops to in and around downtown Colonial Beach, folks that will walk to restaurants and shops and bars and things like that. So the phase 2 development, which we closed on that land last week, will bring the co-working space, which is very complementary to any kind of developing downtown or neighborhood, with some short-term rental possibility upstairs. And so, I mean, we think the 2 restaurants that we're bringing here, I think will be viewed from the public as a destination restaurant. So you'll get some folks that may have never gone to Colonial Beach to come check it out when they hear about Mike Ledesma, who's a pretty well-known restaurant guy in Richmond, coming to open 2 concepts here. So I think all 3 of these phases will bring folks that live here full-time, folks that visit, and I think everyone that visits these developments will have a good experience in Colonial Beach. That answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to hold my questions for
No,
public
that's
comment.
fine. All right, then we'll go ahead and open up the floor to public comment, and then we'll bring you guys back up once we have some additional questions and answers. We have a sign up sheet. Is there anybody else that would like to sign up?
Call it first here.
Anybody's already signed up. Okay, you have that.
Mr. Shaw, while we're doing that, would you care to enter the email that we have been requested to public records so we can
Yes, that's fine.
just
Mr.
take advantage of the time?
Howell, you've opened this up with the public comment portion of the public hearing, correct?
That's correct. The public comment portion of the hearing is now open.
Okay.
I ask a clarifying question of the chair. Are the materials that we have been provided, I know there were some later updates, are those the same materials that the public is commenting on?
Yes.
Do they have the same version that we,
Everything that they've got here is out there.
thank you.
Oh, can we go ahead, Mr. Howell?
Yes, please.
There is a public comment that I'm going to read into the record. Let me just do that at this juncture. I am unable to attend tomorrow's proceedings. I ask that the following be read into the record during the public comment section. Robert Vaughn, co-owner of the Riverview Inn. I'm unable to attend tonight's hearing as I am in a trial in another jurisdiction. I note that as has been the town's ongoing practice, the minimum amount of notice for the public hearing was given 6 days, which effectively prevents anyone with an interest in the matter from being able to participate unless, by coincidence, they have no other plans. The notice time frame is not reasonable and provides no realistic opportunity to rearrange schedules. Substantively, the town's continued actions in matters involving the sale of town property are improper and unlawful, a matter well known but ignored. Given the limited amount of time that I have to address my concerns, which I'm not naive enough to believe will have any impact on the ultimate decision, I will attempt to do so in summary fashion. Virginia Code, section 15.2-1800B states in clear and unambiguous language that, quote, any locality may sell at public or private sale, exchange, lease, or lessor, mortgage, pledge, subordinate interest in or otherwise dispose of its real property, provided that no such real property, whether improved or unimproved, shall be disposed of until the governing body has held a public hearing concerning such disposal, end quote. In October 2020, the town held a public hearing in which the council voted to approve the sale of the subject property in accordance with the specific terms of a contract which set forth the sale price and conditions on closing, with further specifics contained in a development agreement which required that the property to be improved by, quote, as follows: a structure comprised of not less than 10,000 square feet of retail uses located on the ground floor of the building and between 24 and 42 multifamily dwelling units on floors above, close quote. In a closed session and with no public notice of any kind, the town has purportedly entered into 3 different contracts, an agreement that terminated the October 2020 contract and entering into a new contract dated April 21, 2021, reducing the purchase price by a total of $149,500 and supposedly reducing the required retail space to 8,000 square feet for the closing date of October 31, 2021. A, quote, First Amendment to the Development Agreement dated, end quote, dated March 2, 2022, purportedly reducing the retail components to 7,500 square feet and cutting the residential portion to between 8 and 20 units, parenthesis, a 2/3 reduction. C, a second combined amended and restated agreement for purchase of real estate, which expressly states in paragraph 1 that all prior agreements with respect to the property are, quote, terminated and shall be of no further force and effect, in quote, close quote. Once the initial agreement has terminated by the April 2021 agreement, the town was required to conduct a public hearing before entering into any new or additional contract, including the First Amendment and the Second Amended purported agreements.
We've reached our 3-minute limit for comments.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Howell.
First up is Mr. Peter Fernie.
Sorry, a question for the chair. When the comments that are read, I understand why you cut them off, but does the full extent go into the record, or how do we handle the rest of the submitted written testimony?
It's been provided in the documentation, so it is submitted in its entirety, but not read aloud.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Barney.
Good evening. I've reviewed all the material that was available to us before this meeting. Before this meeting, there were no architectural renderings about what the building would look like. If it is in character with the existing condominiums, perhaps that's a repeated mistake. From what I saw tonight, this looks like a row of garages with little balconies upstairs. Colonial Beach is known to be a friendly, warm town with a slightly Victorian atmosphere. I would urge before these buildings are complete that we try to get in that atmosphere rather than simply the garage that could have been made in the third world. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eric Nelson.
Thank you. Good evening, Eric Nelson, 1321 Lossing Avenue. I want to talk about a couple of different things that relates to this development. I think probably everybody knows that I'm the real estate agent for the applicant for all of the residential properties that they're building and selling in this town. So while it may seem like my comments might be swayed by that, the reality is that I'm actually more familiar with the project and more familiar with the applicant than most people are. So I'm going to talk for a moment about the character of the people who are doing this project. They are of the highest quality character that I have ever worked with, and they have been bending over backwards, in my opinion, to try to address the concerns that the residents have had. I know that social media oftentimes has a lot of disinformation flowing around it, and Mr. Dodson himself, I know, spends quite a bit of time addressing those concerns in a very thorough and polite way. I wanted to mention that I think that what they're doing, they're trying as hard as they possibly can to create a business model that satisfies the needs of the community as much as they possibly can. And related to that, the original idea of having 36 condos would have required building up much higher than that. It would have been 3 stories. And then they also had a concept of having 2 rows of buildings, which would have taken more parking space. So from my understanding, I'm just a fly on the wall sometimes in the conversations that they have about these sorts of things. But from my understanding, they have tried to make sure that the parking that they have provided is the maximum amount of parking that could possibly be provided in this kind of situation when they are trying to build these condos. And likewise, they were very sensitive to the fact that the people behind them in the condos would be losing the view if they built higher. So they tried also, as far as I could tell by the conversations that I heard, they tried very hard to make sure that they were as accommodating as possible to those people. So my general comment tonight is that these folks have come into this town. They are doing the best possible job that they can do. They have listened to the constituents of this town. They have done as much as they can within the context of the business case, and I wholeheartedly support and endorse their project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mario Haggerty, please.
Good evening. I got here about 10 minutes late. Sorry about that. I have a job. So I was wondering if you can put one of the slides, the presentation he had up there. I have a question about one of the slides. Is that okay to do that? This is more of a question and not a comment.
Okay, but we're looking for a comment, but please
Can
put
you
your question.
please-
I don't, we'll try.
The question is related to one of the slides that I saw. I'd like to see it.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
I think it's slide 10 in the last presentation.
If he still has access, James can, he probably can't hear me.
He can still have it. Yeah, James, you still have access to share the screen.
I don't have a comment. I just have a question.
Are you talking about the renderings?
Yeah, can you go back a couple of slides? Okay, right there. Okay, that'll do too. Right there, perfect. Okay, so that's a two-story building right there, right? And it just covers like the length of that parking lot? And it also covers the length of the Taylor building, right?
It goes from High Tides to Hawthorne.
Okay, the length of the Taylor building.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a white building behind it. What is that building?
The condo building, the taller condo building that's already there.
And how high is it? Oh, those are buildings.
Correct, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I need. Thanks.
Yep.
All right, then we will conclude the public comment section at 6:02. All right, and then we'll open up discussion with the planning commission. The applicants could please come forward. Discussion.
I think you started out by saying that our job is really to look and see how this development is going to impact the surrounding area. And one of the things that we had occur here when the boardwalk was being redone is that it wasn't available for folks. And I know that this plan calls for work on 2 places in the boardwalk. And I'm wondering if that could be timed so that it's not in the middle of, our season. And if also the applicant could maybe limit that amount of time that there is disruption of the boardwalk.
We would absolutely love to do that. In today's world, normally this building would take about 9 months to build. With the supply chain issues we're experiencing, it could take up to 12 months. And no matter when you start it, it's going to be a year, so you're going to disrupt that area for 1 year either way. Does that make sense?
And Brian, correct us if I'm wrong, have the limits of disturbance been defined yet? I'm assuming we're still working through those in the construction sequence as well. We can certainly take into consideration those public areas. I think it's hard to determine at this point until we have final designs.
I think Ms. Luna is specifically referring to the stormwater management portion where there's notes on the drawing that says that the contractor is to remove and replace and make as
Well,
current.
looking at in relation to the boardwalk itself, just ensuring that we can limit the amount of time of disruption of use of the boardwalk. But in addition to that, the stormwater management plan and the work being done to the outfall that's there on the I guess north side, or south side. That outfall has been problematic for some time, and some of you might have seen or heard about how that connection there was troublesome. And looking at the fact that the outfall and the increased stormwater runoff from the building is going to impact the beach and the erosion process. Now, I know Beth McDowell has reviewed it and approved it, but I'm wondering if there could be, if you would agree to maybe extending the outfall so that there's less erosion to the beach and accommodate the concern about beach erosion.
Yeah, Brian, do you want to jump on and address that question?
Absolutely, thank you. And to Adam's point, we are still working through our final limits of disturbance and the sequencing with this project, but our goal is to minimize how long any open cuts and disturbance to the boardwalk limit that time frame. Obviously, our goal is to clean up all of the sidewalk that we impact to a very nice final product for everyone, and honestly give new sidewalks along Hawthorne too that are beyond the limits of the stormwater outfall that we're installing. We want to make sure that that's nice and clean for everyone to enjoy. As far as the stormwater outfall goes, our intent is to tie into the existing system that's beneath the sidewalks today. And my discussions with Public Works in the town is that outfall is actually going to be repaired by town crews in the near future. So our goal is to work in partnership with the town to make sure that that's cleaned up and it effectively gets stormwater out into the river and minimize erosion in that area.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
So I have a question that's kind of along the same regards. Absolutely understand that you want to finish it to
as good, if not better condition than when you started it. But I think the concern is actually the boardwalk itself during the process. Obviously, there's going to be a time when that chunk is cut out so that it needs to be worked on. But is there a plan to do, much like they do on public roadways where they put a steel plate over it or something to that effect? Because the construction's clearly not going to be going on 24/7, but you'll still need to have the ground somewhat disturbed so it's easier to get to. Is there a plan to provide that kind of access for pedestrians to be able to still, get through that area in a safe and fairly easy fashion? I think, is that kind of what you were getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that it is, passable.
right.
Brian, are we far enough along in the design? I think you could answer that.
Absolutely, and that's something that our contractor will be tasked with as well during work in the field. But they will be required to maintain a safe environment for pedestrians through the entire project. Obviously, if we've got active work going on along the boardwalk, we want to limit folks' ability to get anywhere near construction equipment and activities. And if there are open trenches that are left overnight in areas that pedestrians can get to, plating is an excellent option to make sure that it's safe and traversable whenever we don't have active work going on. So that is a great means to make sure the boardwalk stays open for that. I would like to mention the plan that you all saw showed a cut on the northeast side of our site to connect into our sanitary sewer.
Yes.
I've been working with Public Works on that, and it sounds like we're going to be able to eliminate that connection point and that disruption to the boardwalk. And we're going to bring the sewer out the rear of the building. So I think that's going to be a benefit to the community as well.
Wonderful, even better. Thank you.
Of course.
So to clarify, are you talking about eliminating the two utility access spots that you identified on the plan, that one of them will go away, but you'll still need to maintain the other?
Yes, we'll still need to maintain the one parallel to Hawthorne.
So what is the plan for when you do have activities? Or is it to displace pedestrian traffic and essentially they will be either walk around the block or go to the beach, or is it a walk over and they'll continue to have access? They just won't literally be walking on concrete. What's the vision for what happens, to when you're having activity in that area?
Sure. So generally, the best means for that is going to be to close the sidewalk completely where activities are going on and reroute pedestrians to the opposite side of the street. That way they're far enough away from our work that everyone's safe.
Am I confused about this? The other side of the street would be the beach, right?
I think he's referring to the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Hawthorne Street. So yes, on the beach, whenever we would be doing that cut, we would have to reroute folks around Hawthorne Street to Taylor and back to the other side of the boardwalk. So there would be a time during our sequence that would be rerouted around.
Can you give us some scale of time? Are we talking about like an afternoon? Are we talking months, or what's, since that corridor is, I guess, a major component of being able to get to the adjacent businesses. I was wondering if you could sort of narrow that down, other than, I understand the concept of minimizing it, but can you give me a timeline that really puts some meat on that?
Absolutely. So obviously that's going to be up to our contractor to work through the means and methods. But generally, this type of work for a shorter stick of storm sewer improvements, you're talking about a week or two of impacts, not months of impacts.
Does that timing predate site prep? When does the phase of the construction that deals with utility placement go in?
So generally that's taken care of fairly early in the process. We like to make sure that a majority of the utilities are available to the building as it's going vertical. With the sewer placement, that's something that can be phased when is convenient during that process. It's not imperative that it goes in first, but it won't wait until the latter stages either, after pavement is installed. So that's going to be earlier on in the process for certain.
Yeah, and I realize that you're somewhat held hostage to our deliberations and the timelines that the town are doing as we go through our due diligence. But assuming that things track as you're believing, what time of year would that be when you're doing the initial utility placement?
Brian, I think if we're starting like in June, And still, we're working through the sequence, but I think we'll do our best to work around the beach season and sequence that later. But do you have an idea for now when that order of work may need to take for the storm sewer and sanitary?
That's a good question. I think that's more of a fall construction from discussions that we've had with our team that is looking at this from a construction stance. Obviously, that's not up to me to really place that specific timing of burden on the plans. But from the discussions that we've had, I think that this is an after peak season installation.
I wanted to address the parking, that, you know, parking is so important to the resort commercial zone. And I know you've heard this before, but, you know, we're looking at, I think the plan calls for 39 allocated spaces, and you're looking at 10 units, and you talked about 2 parking spaces per unit. That's 20, leaving what, 19 left. And I know that there's spillover onto Taylor Street, but I'm really concerned about the parking. And in looking at your plan, I'm wondering if there's any possibility that you could consider not putting the residential unit downstairs and instead expanding the parking. I know that that's a big ask, but parking is a premium in our town.
Yeah, the one residential space that has 2-story is there for ADA purposes. Because we have 8 units that don't have an elevator, we need at least one ADA accessible unit, and so that's why that unit. So if you don't do that, you do an elevator makes the project unfinanceable, and then you go around and around again.
I'd also add the first iteration you all saw had 41 spaces, which would have been dedicated to all the condo users, so there wouldn't have been additional retail parking. We thought this was an improvement by adding commercial parking that people can come and go and use it to use our commercial space. So we believe it's an improvement from the first iteration you all saw.
Yeah, the first iteration was 36 condos and like 41 or 42 parking spaces. So we've barely lost any parking, and we've cut the condo units from 36 down to 9. And so, and back to your math, I don't think, so it's not really 10 times 2, it's 20, it's 9 times probably 1.5. So it's really more like 13 or 14 that the residential folks will purchase, so it leaves more. And then you do have parking on Taylor and parking along the beach as well. So like when the restaurants are packed, a lot of beachgoers have left, and if we're full you still have all along the beach, and you have Taylor Street as well.
Can I ask a clarifying question? You said something about the addition of an elevator endangering the financing. Can you clarify?
An elevator costs $150,000 or more spread over just 9 units. It makes the finances not work for the project. That's what I was saying.
So following up on the last comment about, so I understand that when we do parking projections, we assume for residential purposes that 1.5 cars, which there isn't such a thing as a half a car, but we're just averaging that out, right? That's what a residence would have. But I don't understand how your assumption that if you offer them up for sale, that you won't get more than, so are you setting a cap once you reach, what is it, whatever the 1.5 times the number of residences that you won't sell anymore? Or are you going to offer all of them, and therefore you could have 20 of them locked up for residential use?
As it stands now, the most we would have would be 18, but we just assume 13 or 14 because not everyone's going to purchase 2 parking spaces. That's industry averages. So we just assume the market would average 1.5.
In terms of thinking of adjacent impacts of looking at it the other direction, we were thinking of what happens if you lock up a lot of your existing parking lot. What if the owners decide that it's really not worth the money, and they decide not to do that? But you have sufficient retail traffic that they decide to essentially just squat on the public space. So, I mean, I would thinking is, so sort of looking at the beach diagram, for $30, I can go get it, I believe it's $30, get a town sticker and just permanently park vehicles on Beach Terrace, 365.
Yeah, I mean,
so we're wondering sort of how do you, and that's really premium space, both for the retail sake and just sort of the tourism industry in general. So how do you sort of Are you,
So-
because you're sort of, the one I'm saying, when you're providing these up for sale, you're sort of providing a disincentive for the most cost conscious people to want to park on your parcel. And
I just don't think that's the demographic that's purchasing the condo. The condos are gonna be around $365,000 purchase, apartment space maybe $7,500. So I think most people are paying that much for a condo will pay for for an exclusive spot versus a non-exclusive, the chances of not having a spot near where you live or staying. And so I think that'll take care of that part of it. And just a reminder, by we're building 9, we're not building 36 or 100, so it's not gonna flood the streets with cars. It's 9 units, so I don't think it puts an excessive burden on the neighborhood.
So with the parking diagram that is, as I think the revised ones were showing, along Taylor Avenue, I believe there was a new diagram that was showing something called golf cart parking as opposed to, is that a different size parking space? But why did that sort of appear in a revision?
We thought about the idea of having golf cart parking in the main parking lot, and we decided against it. Originally, it was gonna be a smaller spot for golf cart only, and we realized that most people that have golf carts already have stickers, and they can find, it's easier for a golf cart to find a spot than a car, so we wanted to maximize the amount of cars that can fit in our lot.
So would that be, is that just a concept that's where you would park a golf cart, or are you asking the town to sort of restrict those spaces to be not general vehicle spots, but for golf carts?
Brian, I believe you've had more discussions with the town on this, and can you let us know what the intent is there?
Absolutely. So the intent is for those spaces to be smaller than a standard passenger vehicle parking space for a couple of reasons. Number one, it gets us more on-street parking on Taylor Street in that small section between our entrance and the intersection at Hawthorne. And two, whenever we looked at the dimensions of Taylor Street, right now you've got a pavement width that's right around 24 feet wide, which is your minimum for two-way traffic. Generally, to fit in parallel parking spaces, you need an additional width of 8 feet. And we just don't have the right-of-way space to get traditional passenger vehicle parking spaces within the right-of-way of Taylor Street today. So we just didn't have the space to fit larger vehicles in. And we really felt that this was a nice benefit to get more parking for golf carts, to make sure that we give them as much room as they can, but also maintain as much passenger vehicle space in our parking lot, like Adam mentioned.
So, just to clarify, so you're saying that you can't get vehicles on both sides of the street, and that was the constraint? I think currently they're only parking on the river side of the street. Is that correct? Do we currently have parking on both sides of the street?
Yeah, I believe that there's a gravel pull-off that people use right now, but if you would actually measure it to code, you wouldn't have the width to truly justify parallel spaces there.
Yeah, no, my point being is you're trying to address a constraint that doesn't exist because we only have parking on one side of the street. So asking for a narrow row of golf carts to be able to park with cars that we don't allow on the other street in the first place, I don't know what I'm saying. It's a two-way street, but it's not parking on both sides of the street. So asking to have the smaller golf cart parking to be able to fit in cars that we don't allow to park on the other side of the street in the first place. I don't understand the constraint you're chasing here, because it seems like it's a constraint that doesn't exist.
It sounded to me like if you put regular parallel parking code. Sorry, it sounded to me like you were saying if you put code sized parallel parking where the gravel is now, that it extends out into the street far enough that you don't have a legal room for two-way traffic. Because the space that's there isn't wide enough to code to the actual parallel parking. That's what it sounds like. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree with that statement.
So in order for them to legally call it parking space, it's got to be smaller in order to fit into code, and golf cart is what fits that.
So am I assuming that if you can't get the restricted to only golf cart size vehicles, then we shouldn't count the parking area on Taylor Street because you can't fit a car there? I'm sorry, I'm getting confused on if we have this constraint, then it seems like we shouldn't be measuring that street frontage as available parking area.
I'll kick this over to John in a second, but I think speaking to Mr. Mack's point, I think that it's not as much as a constraint, more as them listening to some of the concerns around parking in the town. Also, as a reminder, we will be having the results of our parking study on April 20th. So maybe we don't want to spend a lot of time belaboring the point on what the future needs may be, as they may be changing as we get our results from our parking study for the whole downtown area as well. But one of the specific things we heard at our town hall related to parking was the lack of golf cart parking access in our downtown and for the beach and for our residents to accommodate them in that area. So I think having a developer that is having some forethought around providing some that the town is ultimately not having to provide at this point would be a positive.
And I'm curious about Taylor Street. Will you be putting in a sidewalk there?
Yeah, Brian, is that on the plans currently? I believe so.
No, we do not propose a sidewalk on the east side of Taylor Street.
Would that be something you would consider?
Brian, was that,
Mhm.
would that lose the parking if we were to do that?
Yeah, so you would lose parking. Another challenge with placing sidewalk on the east side of Taylor Street would be adding curb to that side. So as of right now, the street sheet drains into our property, and we don't really have enough running slope on that street to get gutter flow out and around and direct it safely off the street. That may be problematic to get sidewalk to fit between Taylor and our site.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that. If there's in going back and looking at that, if you could update us, at some point as to the possibility of putting a sidewalk in.
Yeah. Another concern you will have with sidewalk connectivity on the east side of Taylor, as you head north to essentially the connection between our property and High Tides, there's a number of utility poles that are going to preclude us from continuing that sidewalk to the north. So it would be challenging to get that to go much farther.
It's the High Tides parking lot on the
Yeah.
backside. There's no.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right, exactly. And, but Hawthorne has, sidewalks, so
Sure.
just make it look very attractive and safe to walk on.
So the reason that I was asking about the parking as it relates to Taylor Street, and I understand we have the parking study coming up, is my understanding is that this particular development agreement focuses in a different way about this adjacent parking area as opposed to generically. If there was no development agreement in place, you'd be under sort of a different set of rules about the ratio. So that's why I'm so hyper focused on the boundaries around this, because my understanding is that actually it's part of the agreement, the development agreement. And if I can sort of continue on that part, I believe that the ratio piece is therefore restricted to those two reaches, and we're trying to figure out about whether the footprint within the parcel that does make some trade-off for parking spaces, whether that can be modified. You'd mentioned about if you go for residential, you run into ADA constraints. Do you run into the same constraints if you put commercial in lieu of residential on the second floor?
James, do you know if that's an issue? I believe it has to be in like similar space or comparable space, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, without reading through the code immediately right now, I don't know exactly the answer to that, but I do know from past projects that if you're providing a commercial space that is open to the public, it needs to be accessible. And so if we were to make the entire second floor, let's say office space or retail space, it would need to have an elevator to provide access to those spaces.
Thank you. Just one thing that I picked up from Ariel's and having walked the site in terms of other modifications, if I was looking at this correctly, where if I understand the boundaries of the property, where we currently have the visitor center, the series of bollards that block off sort of being able to not pay attention while driving and end up on the pier, that part of that extends back slightly to where the inside of the footprint of where the visitor center is. I didn't know if our measurements on parking included removing any of those, or whether or not my understanding of where those last two bollards are is wrong. I know they don't show up on your diagram, so I didn't know if y'all had looked at it.
Yeah, I'm not, Brian, have we considered the bollards on the site plan and whether those are relocated or demolished or anything like that?
I believe they're all within the limits of the street, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at our survey, so we don't propose any impacts to those since they're in right of way.
They're on one of the drawings.
Yeah, I'm looking at the areas. But they're not. They look like they're in the right of way.
Can you tell us the distinction between the two drawings you did with golf carts and without golf carts? How many cars fit on Taylor Street? Ignore the width question you were talking about, just in terms of parking spot length. Is there a distinction between golf carts and passenger vehicles and what would fit?
Yeah, Brian, do you have the dimensions of the parking spaces on hand?
So the parking space dimensions for golf carts we consider to be 6 feet wide by 12 feet wide. Passenger vehicle spaces, you're typically 8 to 8.5 feet wide by 20 feet. Some localities will push that to 22 feet in length for passenger vehicles. So the initial concept that we shared with the team did not accommodate any parking on Taylor Street from our calculations. So the golf cart parking scenario was simply adding an opportunity for parking along Taylor on our frontage.
So to understand you right, you said without making it available to golf carts, the only parking would be on Hawthorne Street?
Is that, yeah, I think it's the only, Brian, you know the answer to that question?
Yeah, my silence was just thought. I apologize for the delay. We haven't contemplated parking on Hawthorne Street. If it's currently available on the south side of Hawthorne, we wouldn't be impacting it.
I'd also like to mention our town attorney is on the phone to discuss or clarify any questions as it relates to that as well. So I'd like to allow her just a moment.
I'm here with respect to the parking, you mean?
Correct.
Yes, we have looked at that as well. And so compliance with the requirements of the not only your town code, but the development agreement would be required. And I would anticipate, and I think it is one of the conditions. So compliance with the terms of that agreement would be required. And we have looked at the on-street parking as well as the on-site parking. And we believe that there's no problem with compliance, definitely with the development agreement. And also, if you consider potentially compact car, vehicle, or golf cart parking, then definitely we feel like both of those requirements could be met.
Can I ask for clarification? I didn't understand part of what you said. So within the property envelope itself, we don't, everything fits in terms of the site agreement?
With respect to the development agreement, yes, we feel like that compliance with that is within really the design that has been presented already. And if it had to be tweaked to make sure that the development agreement is accommodated in the context of parking, that shouldn't be a problem at all. And it would be one of the conditions.
And is there anything in the town's rules that relate to whether or not you can have restricted parking spaces? Their concept of selling restricted parking spaces and therefore changing the available number. Does the code speak to that at all?
Not that I'm aware of, because it would be on private property, privately owned property. So no, not that I'm aware of, without committing the entire code to memory. I've not run across anything, and I don't, and even if it were there, as long as we're speaking to the property owned by the applicant, then it likely wouldn't be enforceable anyway. So my point being, it's as long as we're talking about the on-site parking, they have latitude.
So just to clarify, sorry, I'm getting confused about this. So if you have a parking space that looks like a parking space, right? Like it's asphalt and everything, but it's actually not available for use because it's been legally restricted for somebody else's use. Do you get to count that as a parking space when you're doing development, or does that not a parking space? It just looks like a parking space.
I don't, I understand you're trying to get clarification on that, but to me, you saying that that's not a parking space is not true. Somebody lives in that house, so that space is going to be occupied by a resident of the town. So it is a space. So whether they have an assigned space there, or they have to find a space randomly somewhere else, it's still a space. It just happens to be a space for that car. It's no different than if it were a driveway. It's a parking space. It's just, it's a restricted parking space. It's like a 15-minute parking space that's also restricted. It's a parking space. It's just, it has limitations to it. So whether it's assigned to an owner of an apartment or it's specified for preferably, as enforceable as it may or may not be, to a customer of one of the businesses, and I think it's still a parking space. It's just that one is for a particular resident.
And we do have precedents for that. Potomac Wharf, for example, has reserved parking, and those parking spaces count towards the total amount.
Yes, and the general answer is yes, they do count towards the total amount, both for purposes of your code as well as for the development agreement, because and I think this is what was being suggested just a minute ago. The idea, of course, is that to encourage providing those parking spaces, because the more, even if they are assigned, but the more parking spaces you provide in that way, and or assign even, then those are fewer people who will be taking the general public parking spaces.
Thanks, that helps.
So
I'm sorry, the very last thing on the parking that I have any question on is, I think the number you're shooting for is 41, right? Is that correct? Something like 41?
So are we all the golf cart spaces, or are we
Your
talking
total,
parking?
your number, regardless of whatever vehicle it is, I think the number you're shooting for is 41.
It's 40.
40
as it relates to the development agreement.
Okay, and you have 39 specific ones in that area now, is that correct? Not counting the golf cart stuff on the street. So if you changed any of those interior spaces, enough of those interior spaces to compact, where it reduced the size of those, could you gain that extra space to hit your number of 40? And then all of this becomes moot? Is that feasible?
That's a great question. Brian, have you looked at any of that? I think in our experience, we've seen compact spaces that are just double parked because there's not too many small vehicles, but that's something we could look into.
Just as an option.
Right.
If the numbers look like they're not playing out.
And under the development agreement, I will add, under the development agreement, the street parking it counts also.
So yeah, I think we have way more than the number of 39 plus still the street parking, so it's well over 40.
Yeah,
Correct.
as it relates to the development agreement, if I may chime in, it says specifically 40 parking spaces for passenger automobiles and golf carts. So that's inclusive of the golf carts. And further, the development agreement says, for the avoidance of doubt, the term parking spaces shall be deemed to include all street spaces located in the phase 3 property, which is a 39 number. And so the 40 number is inclusive of the ones that are off-street and the on-street parking located on the right-of-way adjoining the phase 3 property. There are 39 off-street spaces. There are 12 golf cart spaces, which was something that's permissible under the development agreement. That's 51. That's more than the 40 required in aggregate. Does that hopefully put this to rest?
Great, thank you very much.
So the distinction, though, is that those would be required to go from our existing use, which is people park regular cars there, right?
And golf carts.
And golf carts, right? But now that would sort of now be constrained to being golf cart only.
But they would also have the parking lot.
Yes.
Well, may I address that?
Adjacent businesses would not have access.
Mr. Shaw,
That's
please.
really what they were saying.
Mr. Chair, may I address that?
Yes, please.
All right. It's been stated, but I think sometimes I'm accused of repeating the obvious, but I'll do it anyway. The dimensional regulations for the parking are as follows. Standard perpendicular diagonal parking space shall be 9 by 18 feet. That is the 39 number that you see that are off street. They meet that dimension. They're 9 feet wide and 8 feet long spaces. There is the potential, of course, there's possibility of the travel aisles also are 24 feet to accommodate two-way traffic. A standard parallel parking space shall be no less than 22 feet in length and 8 feet in width. So I think the takeaway, from my perspective, if I can provide that, if you have an 8-foot wide vehicle or a bigger, a large SUV or a pickup truck or something that's in parallel parking to along Taylor Street that would be adjoining the property, that 8-foot width or more of vehicle is out in the travel lane, and that is a violation because it doesn't comply with any sort of instances with DDOT or the town's requirements would allow. You're in essence, by having something like that, not complying with the sufficient two-way traffic, travel surface width for two-way traffic. That's going to constrain and has to constrain for some period of time vehicles of that size that are actually out into the travel lane as opposed to being off of that. And a golf cart is only going to be the width as much as going to be 6 feet wide. And of course, the length of that is much less than the requirement for standard parallel parking space or even a compact car for parallel parking. So in essence, the development agreement is satisfied by the number that would include both the off-street and the on-street parking. That would be a combination of automobiles and golf carts. Period, full stop.
All right, Mr. Ariel.
Hey, Mr. Dodson, can you make sure you get some water? He's keeps rubbing his face. And, you remember what happened last time?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I noticed in the application was 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. Is that consistent with the neighborhood? And what was the reason behind it? I guess I'm assuming the restaurants.
Yeah, I mean, our restaurants probably won't open that early, but you still want to bind them in case they don't offer coffee in the morning or something like that. But that's why we wanted to go earlier. But for our understanding, it's within the bounds of what's allowed now.
Okay.
And the adjacent use for the existing restaurant and bar.
Right.
Stuff there.
We won't be open any later than high tides, I promise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it
Well,
was.
the noise is 10 p.m. So that's why I was looking at it, in the ordinances. 10 p.m.
Yeah, we will comply with that. With our residential folks upstairs, we'll certainly comply with that.
Yeah. Can you answer all my parking questions 5 times?
So I have a totally different question, not related to parking in any way, shape, or form. So comment has been put forward by other entities in reference to water pressure and already having a reduced amount of water pressure in that area. Have you taken that under consideration? Have you heard that and taken that under consideration? Then do you have a plan to mitigate that?
Yeah, yep, Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Absolutely. That's an excellent question. So my team has done flow tests in the area, and we've been working with Public Works and the Utilities Department on this item. So to serve our facility for fire flow, the existing lines surrounding this development are inadequate. I'm currently working with Public Works on a water main extension of adequate size to make its way down Taylor Street through Hawthorne to feed this development and also backfeed some of the adjacent lines associated. So the goal with this is not only to supply our project site, but also to enhance the area with a larger diameter water main. Obviously, details of that are still forthcoming. We're in the very early stages of that coordination, but we are having those discussions actively.
Wonderful, thank you. So what you're saying is basically you're not only going to maintain being able to have adequate water pressure in your development, but you're going to benefit some of the facilities around you as well by increasing their water pressure?
We haven't determined who all would be tying into this, so I can't say that in earnest, but with the new line and the hydrants coming off of it, we would at least be enhancing from that regard.
Okay, thank you.
And will each of the units have its own water tap and the commercial as well?
What, water meter?
Yeah, water meter.
Yes.
Yeah.
One more. Do you foresee a time coming to the town and asking them to make Hawthorne two ways?
I don't think we ever considered that, but we always considered it to be one-way street. Didn't look at it the other way.
Just wonder if you could, and there's some information in the package you provided about the fact that a portion of the property is in the floodplain, and I believe also in the resource conservation area that relates to the Bay Act. I was wondering if you could talk about how you're going to address those and what variances you may have to ask from the state and where you are in that process.
Yeah, so Brian, yeah, do you mind speaking to that? I know we're going through a lower, but yeah, if you could be more specific about the floodplain and RPA.
Sure. So I'll start with the RPA. There is a very small area of RPA, resource protection area, on the northeast corner of our site. So that's essentially a 100-foot buffer from the edge of the river. With that, the area that is currently in RPA that we would be disturbing is a paved condition, so it would be considered redevelopment. We're a very small disturbance area, so this would fall under a minor water quality impact assessment. And that's a process that we have already discussed with planning, and my environmental folks are looking into, and we plan to work that through during site plan approvals. We don't see any issues, since that will be deemed as a redevelopment as far as the approvals go, but it is something that we are required to assess.
And can you talk about, I think it's the same area of the property that also relates to being a little lower lying than the other areas. I think there's a proposal to fill there.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure there weren't questions on the RPA item first. So the floodplain item is a little bit more lengthy. The boardwalk frontage is within a 100-year floodplain. So with that, we are required to run through a floodplain analysis, and I have a team of experts that are working that through, very similar to our townhome development. So the goal to meet ordinance on this site will be to fill in the floodplain along the boardwalk to elevate our building slab 3 feet above the base flood elevation. 3 feet is a demarc from the floodplain ordinance in the town, and that's what we're shooting for. It's a relatively small area of fill, and given that it is fill within floodplain directly from the Potomac River, my folks are very comfortable that we're not going to be creating any sort of detrimental impacts to adjacent properties or to the floodplain elevation with our efforts. So at this time, we're going through our modeling and calculation process. As soon as we prove a no rise and no impact scenario, that report will be submitted to the town. And down the line, after that is blessed, that will go through FEMA approval as a LOMAR, letter of map revision, for the floodplain line.
Have you considered, and would you consider going beyond the minimum 3 foot to an elevation that's sort of beyond the base minimum? The reason I asked about this is one of the things you're asking about is to add, well, if you were just talking about commercial, we wouldn't be having this conversation at all. So, you're talking about adding residential in conjunction with this. So operating at sort of the minimal allowed, while permissible, may not be ideal in terms of long-term planning. I wondered if you'd looked at going beyond the minimum.
So going beyond the minimum does get problematic. 3 feet above the boardwalk elevation, and sometimes more than that 3 foot rise, is going to get challenging to connect into that first floor and maintain ADA compliance, as well as just convenience to those facilities. The first floor residential unit is in a higher portion of the site as well, and the whole area around it is already elevated outside of the floodplain. I will say that the 3 feet demarc in the town's ordinance is already a higher requirement than we see in a lot of localities. So from our perspective, that's an enhanced requirement for this development and for the town that helps us safeguard this development.
Do you have any idea what the base elevation for that residential unit is?
Yeah, so base flood elevation in this area is 7 feet above sea level. The first floor unit is going to be at 10 feet for the slab.
And are all these, this whole area is built on slab. That's the proposal.
Correct.
Had you looked at designs that would actually allow water to flow underneath back and forth as opposed to doing the development as a slab construction?
Yes, we did. I think we concluded that it'd be a simpler, cleaner design if we just had a slab that was elevated. We looked at another option that would have decking and knockway or free flow. But we figured that would attract rodents or other undesirable elements if it's falling through those decking boards.
A question for John, for staff, as we're looking at impacts on, as we're considering impacts on neighbors, are things like stormwater flow and those sorts of things a permissible thing to look at, or is that out of our jurisdiction?
Well, my response to that, Mr. Knuckles, that is, it's really dependent upon conformance with the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality's requirements of for that type of issue associated with stormwater management. I mean, ultimately, there's a final site plan and an application to DEQ, the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. The applicant has to, before receiving a construction general permit, meet the standards established by the state for the applicable stormwater management. So this is a determination to be made at a point in time when the final site plan is submitted, and of course by or in turn ultimately submittal to the DEQ for their review and approval. So at the end of the day, the requirement would be that the applicant, the developer, would have to conform to DEQ's requirement for stormwater management, both in terms of water quality and velocity or water quantity. Now, as it relates to quality, in any instance whereby there's an impact of nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, that type of thing like that, and sediment, that would be handled in any type of issue where there are nutrients. There's potential for purchase of nutrient credits to offset that, and that's something that the developer, I've had a conversation with Mr. Dissler about, that would be submitted to DEQ for their review and approval. And if I may, I'm going to provide my 2 cents related to the issue about freeboard, or 3 foot above base flood elevation. I've worked in coastal jurisdictions. I worked in a coastal jurisdiction for years before I retired there, much lower than Colonial Beach. And there was no circumstance that 3 foot freeboard above base flood elevation was adopted. I know very few localities in the Commonwealth of Virginia that have adopted that standard. That's pretty darn high, frankly, in relation to other localities throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia.
I think that speaks to the thoughtfulness of, the fact that, the majority of our town is a peninsula. So, that certainly is to the credit of those that have, required that. So.
Another question as it relates to sort of the hazards side of things. So we have a local ordinance that says you basically have to be, slammed right there on the boardwalk as close as possible, right? That's sort of a legacy piece for trying to, push the retail as far forward as we can, but that sort of runs into conflict with things like the Bay Act and those sorts of things. So it seems that you decided to, work with the town on our setback ordinance and look for the exception from the state as opposed to going the other way around. I was wondering if you could talk to us about why you decided to go, you had to ask for permission from somebody, but why did you decide to go the way you did in terms of which entity you were looking for leniency from?
Yeah, Brian, maybe you could speak to the state requirements. I'm not aware of the setbacks from the river or wherever the water elevation is. We did want to be as close to the pier as possible. We also wanted to have ADA access from the pier, or from the boardwalk as well. Brian, are you aware of any state setback requirements or Chesapeake Bay? I know that may be a very specific question that is out of your wheelhouse, but anything that.
Sure. So whenever you say setback, you're talking about the resource protection area, the RPA?
So yeah, it sort of plays out different ways. We have a setback requirement, a min and max that actually relates to how far back you could be within your parcel. It sort of pushes you towards the water, whereas the state is trying to push you away from the water. And those are sort of inherently in conflict. That's what I'm saying. You can't please everybody the way the rules are written for this particular parcel. So you had to go, one way or another in terms of trying to modify your design in one manner or another. I was just wondering, why you went the way you did and whether there was any latitude for changing it, or is this sort of, like you mentioned with the elevators, it's sort of locked in if this is going to be viable?
Understood. So as far as the RPA impact for us, as we look at this, a majority of the area, like I mentioned, is already paved today. So that's the area in question is primarily the patio seating area that's adjacent to the barbecue restaurant. You've walked that area. So we're going to be replacing a concrete patio with a concrete patio. So from our perspective, we're not worsening any situation on the river or that frontage. So that setback, we don't see an issue with achieving compliance with the current configuration we have. And we also meet the town's requirements for setback off of Beach Terrace, the public right of way along the boardwalk.
Thanks.
Mhm.
And I think that the setback for this is in conformity with the neighborhood and the boardwalk area. And if you look at other boardwalk communities, the setback is the same as this plan. So I think it's going to be very attractive in that sense and walkable.
Good. Any further questions, thoughts, deliberations for the applicants? Thank you very much, gentlemen. We really appreciate you coming out tonight and helping us out with this. Mr. Shaw, would you like to walk down staff recommendation for this?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Howe. I was going to comment to a certain extent about some of these issues, but the applicant and the planning commission stole my thunder, so I don't need to do that. I think you pretty well covered that to an acceptable degree. So I'd only ultimately want to make the point that any instance as relates to all of these requirements in the articles and in the zoning ordinance that are applicable have to be adhered to. So at the end of the day, when this is approved for the final site plan and the zoning permit is issued, this is something that this approval would be in conformance with all the applicable requirements of the as it specifically relates to the zoning ordinance and other requirements for stormwater management, erosion and sediment control, floodplain overlay, Bay Act requirements. Any of that ultimately has to be adhered to for purposes of the approval of a final site plan and the issuance of a zoning permit. So I would just provide that information to everybody. So having said that, the basis under which and this is actually codified, this is in section 16.5 of the zoning ordinance as it relates to conditional use permits. There's frequently, and it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction about what is requirements for approval of a conditional use permit. Some are more extensive than others, but ultimately they, for the most part, revolve around a few things. And I'll just say what the basis under which this body and ultimately the town council is incumbent upon to look at these particular findings that need to be made for purposes of determining whether or not the applicant has met the requirement to ultimately be approved for a conditional use permit. And they read as follows. Section 16.5 of the zoning ordinance identifies 3 findings that must be made by the town council in order to issue a conditional use permit as follows. The use will not affect adversely the health or safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use. Number 2, be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property or improvements in the neighborhood, and be in conflict with the purposes of the comprehensive plan in the town of Colonial Beach. Now, the onus is upon this body to look at those, and if to the best of your understanding, these requirements that have been complied with or adhered to, then that is the basis under which a conditional use permit should be analyzed for approval. And frequently, and in not a lot of circumstances, it is important to note that adherence or conformance with the comprehensive plan is certainly one of the pieces that is repeatedly something that needs to be addressed, especially as it relates to either a conditional use permit or a zoning map amendment, which is a rezoning of property, or a zoning text amendment. Keeping those that in mind also as it relates to the comprehensive plan. Having said that, the analysis, the staff recommendation is that the applicant has satisfied those particular findings, and then other requirements that are identified in the zoning ordinance and other applicable regulations that what has been proposed on the general development plan rises to the level of compliance pursuant to the town zoning ordinance requirements. So therefore, having said that, staff supports the approval of this case, which is CUP-02-2022, and finds that the project is reasonable use of the properties with minimal impacts to adjacent development and in conformance with a comprehensive plan. With appropriate conditions, the proposal should be harmonious with existing character of the general vicinity, and should the planning commission or town council consider this application appropriate for approval, staff proposes the following conditions. And I'm not going to read this verbatim, but I wouldn't on condition number one, point to the last piece of this particular sentence. This conditional use permit shall run with the land, but may be revoked by the town council, by the town of Boynton Beach, or its designated agents for failure by the applicant or its assigned to comply with any of the listed conditions. And here's from my perspective, and I think this, I'd like to reinforce this in our discussions we had previously, or any provisions of local, state, or federal regulations as applicable. So this condition basically, of course, puts the onus upon the applicant to comply with all the appropriate regulations as applicable, not only for the locality, for the town of Boynton Beach, but state regulations such as Uniform Statewide Building Code, Virginia Department of Health, Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, DEQs for stormwater management, and erosion and sediment control, or federal regulations as applicable. Regulations that release the FEMA and floodplain and flood insurance rate maps and the flood insurance study, all of that ultimately has to be, compliance has to be achieved. So number two, the hours of operation of commercial uses of the building shall be from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. That's what the applicant has requested, and you, of course, have asked why that's true, and I think Mr. Dodson pointed out or responded to satisfy why that's being requested. A separate entrance for access to the second floor and ground floor dwelling units shall be provided. External and illumination of the parcel shall be shielded and direct light and glare onto their premises. Said lighting and glare shall be deflected, shaded, and focused away from all adjoining properties. When you establish conditions, or when conditions established, normally the conditions, the purpose of the conditions is to address potential adverse impacts upon adjoining properties and the community, and usually the conditions are directed for addressing issues associated with glare, noise, fumes, that type of thing. So this is one of the ones that specifically is going to be required in order to reducing sort of glare and migration, light migration onto adjoining properties, and also as it relates to dark sky requirements. There's something else in here that will ultimately have to be provided by the applicant, which is referred to as a photometric plan, which identifies where the positions of lighting are on the property to provide external illumination for safety purposes, but at the same time, not such that they would provide, there would be issue about glare that would be migrating or onto adjoining properties or the right of way. So that is something that will be done, and I've already spoken with Mr. Disler about this. With the lighting is going to be what's referred to as full cutoff lighting, So it would only be directed down and outward, and there wouldn't be anything that would be above the lighting that would have impacts upon the night sky. So, street landscaping for off-street parking shall conform to section 13.5 of the town zoning ordinance, which is section 13 or article 13 is the parking requirement. And then let me just, as a side associated with this, a conversation that was had earlier about parking along Taylor Street. There needs to be a certain amount of room available for street trees, landscaping along that line. That line there that does parallel the property, the subject property. So I think to a certain extent, the other reasons that have been stated, this is another one whereby there should be some room available in order to have street trees, and landscaping, in addition to the already architectural lighting that's there and some other things that need to be adhered to. So. And finally, development shall be in accordance with objectives of the town of Columbia Beach's general and historic resort, commercial area design guidelines regarding site layout, architecture, and other elements as identified in this document. So having said that, is this as a condition, I think speaks a little bit to some of the questions or comments that have been made by members of the public. It's incumbent upon the developer to adhere to some design guidelines that for the town of Colonial Beach that would provide architectural features that would be more, it would be consistent with the design guidelines in that the town's that document is a design guideline. So I think that somewhat hopefully addresses some of those issues that relates to appearance as well. So ultimately, these are the conditions that staff is recommending. It's certainly the prerogative of the planning commission and ultimately the town council to add, delete, or modify those proposed recommendations from staff. And I will conclude my comments, unless of course there's questions from the planning commission that I could try to respond to.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
I was going to ask Mr. Shaw, we've seen the first iteration of phase 3 with 3 stories and 36 residential units, and now the change, and I'm 2. But now with the 2 stories, initially it was going to be 3. If there were further changes to this, would they have to come back and seek another conditional use permit?
Yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry. Minor changes, potentially no, but if there's any sort of substantive changes, the answer is yes. I mean, there may be something on the site plan that may be changing something that wouldn't constitute anything that would be a deviation from these conditions. But if there's something significantly alters these conditions that are ultimately adopted and approved by the town council, then that potentially would lead to a circumstance that they would have to seek approval of that through a review by the planning commission and recommendation to the town council. Yes.
Mr. Shaw, on item 5.
Yes.
Which is street landscaping on the parking area.
Right.
Did you see anything? I mean, I don't have section 13.5 in front of me, so I'm just wondering, did you see anything that would, with the site plan itself as it exists now, making it a challenge to make the, let's put it this way, make the parking lot attractive?
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Christensen. The answer is no. I don't see that. There is some latitude given to myself as the zoning administrator to take in consideration some site constraints that may be a reduction in the potential number or amount of landscaping. But I believe that requirement that is in that section can be adhered to.
Well, the parking lots in this town are not now attractive, and this would be a really good start. So if you can enforce that with some emphasis, that would be wonderful.
There is a provision in that particular article to enforce that, Mr. Richardson.
Great.
Any other questions for Mr. Shaw or his recommendations? Okay, so do we have any modifications, additions, subtractions to any of these conditions that we want to propose?
So, and I hate to be the guy that never, because I hope to never talk about parking again after today if we can. But I'm trying to be sensitive since I'm fairly new to this community, as to development that we need very much, but also to be mindful of the people that have been here long before I have and the businesses that are already there. And it's just sort of a fluke of the fact that this particular parcel that we're talking about is one that currently serves a parking function. Through lease agreements that they've had with the condo units and with High Tides next door. So it's was to sort of explain my hyper focus about like what's going on Taylor Avenue, what's happening with these spaces is because when we displace those agreements, my assumption is that those cars are now going to have to go on public spaces. And any constraint that we put on those spaces that makes it even harder on those businesses, something we should be mindful of. Along those lines, one of the provisions of the developer is to make available for sale some of the spots they have. And while it meets the letter of the law of the bare minimum, well, I guess they're short a spot, but pretty close, right? I'm thinking of these in terms of if it follows a pattern that most of the town has, they will have a mix of people that live here all the time and folks that are not here. So if we're trying to maximize parking, to me, that means that we don't have empty spots just sitting around. So one of the possible provisions I was saying is that we ask them to restrict that provision in their plan to be able to sell spots, because I'm concerned that while the individual residential owners would like to have, empty spots there all the time for whenever they came to town. I don't know that that's necessarily in our interest, as it may leave a substantial portion of the parking lot just empty, where they could be being utilized all the time. So if, we had all the spots as non-restricted use for both residents and commercial use, that may eliminate or at least minimize that possibility. We just have empty spaces that are rarely serving a function.
I think that as the attorney had brought up earlier, the disconnect between what you're proposing and what we're discussing here is the fact that it's no longer town-owned public property. It's being converted to private for the purpose of the development. And so the privatization is that mechanism by which they are going to be able to have some level of self-determination upon how they administer that parking, as long as they have this space available according to the development standards and the guidelines that they've already agreed to adhere to, as well as what we've got encoded in the town code. So, and as was mentioned before, the precedent of other businesses in the area having to designate remote locations that are, for all intents and purposes, one, private, and two, empty all of the time, but adjacent to and across the street from these properties, because they don't, on their particular parcel, have the room to accommodate the number of parking spaces required. So they essentially had to buy a remote lot. And so by virtue of that, it's my opinion that they are definitely meeting and exceeding the intent of what we're trying to do to manage that. But that transition from what we conceive of as public space now to private with public use is the distinction that I think is being lost. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I concede your points. I understand what you're talking about. I was referencing the fact that they are nominally short, and maybe that they didn't have the restrictions within their own footprint on what their own, use was going to be, that may mitigate that to some degree. Or put it the other way, it would maximize the impact of locking up those spaces, whether there was actually cars present or not, and it would sort of encourage the use of public space where they could have fit in the footprint in the first place. It's just they came up with a mechanism that essentially caused those spaces to not be utilized.
But also, I believe that there's, like you said, you are hyper focusing on this, and you're actually limiting yourself to the limits of that lot and the adjoining spaces, where if you consider the whole of the resort commercial area and how that currently we allocate parking to push it towards the north side with the open areas near the bathhouses. And we have, as you progress down the street, designated private spots for the other commercial locations down the way, as well as the way that we maintain, which not necessarily in the right of way, out of the right of way, that gravel strip there, like we were talking about, is conversion to other allowable parking uses, and looking at the flexibility and trying to create a character of a walkable downtown rather than staying hyper focused on driving from one place to the other, to walk as few steps as we possibly can, but looking at expanding that out, or conceptually being able to share that pedestrian traffic with the wider associated businesses and other attractions that we have throughout that resort commercial area. I think.
I understand your general point, but within this particular application, I thought because of the development agreement, we were restricted to looking not more broadly like we typically would, but only at those immediate adjacent areas.
Well, one thing that I think we
And
should
maybe
consider,
John can clarify that, but I thought that this was sort of.
you know,
a constraint that we were.
we are looking at coming out with a parking plan, and I think that's going to help address some of the congestion in the area. So keep that in mind.
Concerning this particular parcel, it's restricted to commercial and owners' use. And from 12 to 12 p.m., from midnight until morning, it will have vacant spaces, because, you know, they can only be used by people who are using the commercial part, or they live there. So,
Well, if you look at it in comparison to what it's being used for now, there are already restricted spaces in it, right? There are spaces that are restricted to the gallery, to Willie's, to other spots. So those are restricted spaces. It's all based on enforcement, of course, but, and there's also spaces restricted for the tourism office, right? And again, based on enforcement. And then at night, again, these same spaces are vacant. So we're basically running into the same situation that we already have. And if they sell their number that they expect to sell, which is 13, versus the, you know, at the 1.5, that still leaves 26 spaces that are for the businesses, you know, based on enforcement. If someone comes in and parks in one of those spaces and goes into the gallery, unless somebody in the restaurant or in the retail space comes out and marks a tire and has some way to verify that whoever owns that car is in the restaurant or in the retail space, you know, are they gonna call a tow truck? Now, if somebody's there all day, obviously, but I think having 21 to 26 non-sold spaces, even if it's on private property, just based on enforcement, we're probably not terribly far off from where we are currently, based on a non-lined, empty gravel spot in the road. So I absolutely get what you're saying. I absolutely get, we do not want to reduce any number of spaces of parking that we have in anything of that nature. I think if they turn the parking on the side of the road to golf cart dedicated parking, it would actually solve a couple of problems, because I like it when the golf carts, when you park multiple golf carts in one car spot, because we're maximizing use of all of our spaces. And if we would do that more often, that would be great. And I think cars appreciate that too, because they have a golf cart parked in the middle of a spot next to a golf cart parked in the middle of the spot next to the same thing, when you could park all three of those in one and then add 2 more cars to that area that might be paying cars. So I think this kind of reduces some of that too, because it's in a perfect spot to be able to walk as a local to all of those adjacent areas without having to play that dance, right? So I absolutely get what you're saying, and I think you're spot on for being concerned about it, but I think it doesn't reduce our parking any more really than we are right now. Looking at it, from my perspective of looking at it. I haven't measured it, I'll be honest about that completely, but the way it's being used right now, I don't think we're off the mark for the intended use that's coming.
Does the developer do the parking on Taylor Street, or is that an expectation that the town will do that in
So
accordance with
within
their
the, are you talking
design.
about within the envelope of development or the envelope of the parcel? Because I think, I believe from what I understand of the site plan, the parcel abuts the legal right of way at that 24. So technically it is then their responsibility. Yeah. So, do we have any other comments or thoughts about any of these staff recommendations that we want to change, amend, adopt as?
My only other issue was the one that we raised earlier about the utility access, and I was wondering if we could put something with a little more teeth in it than, so we'll try and do our best to minimize the disturbance to the boardwalk area. Can we, and maybe this is a question, I mean, so I'm a pollution brain person, right? Where I would say something like you would do it to the maximum, extent practicable or something like that, in terms of minimizing the impact so that we have something to come back to if, a week turns into a month, turns into 3 months, right? So it would be nice to have something to say, within the constraints of what is professionally achievable, not to sort of pick a random number of days, but to just put sort of a standard in there that says, to the maximum extent, feasible or practical or whatever language is most appropriate to use here, to say that the disturbance to the boardwalk will be minimized, recognizing that they need to have access to do the utility.
I completely agree with that as far as it bears mention too, making sure that they're doing about minimizing the impacts, especially during the season.
Is that something we develop our own language on, or does our attorney give us the language? How does
Mr.
that?
Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, to include language like that in an actual conditional use permit, I do not recommend, only because it is not really, it's hard enough to enforce in a contract, in the context of contracts. But as far as enforcing it, as for something as important as a conditional use permit is effectively a rezoning. It's really not, it's next to impossible to administer. And it's not really advisable or productive or favorable for the locality or the applicant, either one, honestly.
And is that largely due to the ambiguity of the statement?
Correct. That is
Okay.
exactly correct. Yeah.
All right, so I understand, and yes, we have that intent, and we believe that the Dodson group will do their very best to mitigate impacts, especially during the forest season.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to propose that we accept the CUP as presented and as recommended by the staff.
And do I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we need to take a roll call vote.
Just for point of clarification, that means as amended by the staff report, is that what that means?
So we're going to recommend the staff recommendations to council be adopted as listed.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a roll call vote.
I think ask for an individual.
Yes, Mr. Knuckles.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye, so unanimously passes. And I will get with Mr. Shaw about finalizing the cover letter for the recommendations that we pass along to council. So the planning commission recommends the conditional use permit proceed as recommended by staff.
Mr. Chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Nice.
program, or the capital improvement plan. And it was presented at the last meeting during the joint session for council and the planning commission. We do have Mr. Taylor from Davenport here to go ahead and help us out with that this evening. I didn't see anybody signed up for public input or public comment on this. So we're going to go ahead and go straight into some comment from Mr. Taylor, just to provide some color, and then we'll have discussion about the capital improvement plan.
Okay. How are y'all this evening?
Fantastic.
Thank y'all for having me. As y'all may be aware, and some of y'all are familiar faces, so I think y'all were present at the last meeting where we spoke about the capital improvement program. We went through some details a little while back and did a bunch of analyses, but then we called it down to speak specifically to sort of developing and enhancing the current CIP process, identifying how the projects may be laid out by fiscal year, which you'll see here on the next couple pages. And then putting some actual uses, identifying the expenditures and identifying the offsetting sources that they can be funded by. Ultimately, this is an evolving process, but it's moving from a wish list sort of approach each year into developing a multi-year capital improvement program, because most of these projects may be funded either from tax supported side of your town operations or from the utility side of your operations. And so there's a bunch of detailed analysis that goes into that each year, especially as this gets timed with your budget. So what we've tried to do with respect to these revised, they're slightly revised CIPs. This one you're looking at on the current slide is the tax supported side. Okay, so that covers the stuff like public works, parks and rec, administration, technology, public safety, things like that. Then there's another CIP on the next page, but we don't have to go there quite yet, sorry. We'll get to it in a minute. That's utility supported. So your water and your sewer related projects. And those would all obviously be handled and addressed by the revenues that water and sewer fees generate. So that's what we refer to as self-supporting. That's how the credit markets look at. So on this page, long story short, through all the analysis and work we've done with staff, you'll see we've got a nod to, you've got 10.4 million in total projects on the tax supported side alone over the next several years. It's broken out by department. It's got the estimated expenditures and the related funding sources. You can see we have a column right after the descriptions that say it's going to be funded by an identified VDOT grant. Maybe it's funded by ARPA funds. Those have been earmarked for certain projects. Where you see town, that's where it's either going to be coming from your cash reserves, or in that particular year, we're projecting that we would potentially cover it with your surpluses, your operating surpluses, whatever hits the bottom line. So those are that's sort of how this spreadsheet's working. There are some other grants that have been, call it identified, but we're still not clear where those grant funds, we're anticipating grant funds to come. So that says TBD on certain line items, but at the very bottom on lines 37 to 45, that's where we've tried to break out what's going to be truly grant or cash funded versus on line 44, what would be funded by the town, whether it's some combination of cash or debt. You can see there in 2024, the $3 million project that's tied to the new municipal facility with police station. That's something that's material enough we would anticipate doing a debt financing for. Okay. So after you spread all these projects out, you put them into the fiscal years that you expect to hit those expenditures from this approach. There at the bottom left-hand corner, there's about $4 million in projects in total that we just assume for now because you've got so much funded by either grants or cash that we've run that initial $4 million as a debt financing. And if that's how it shook out, it would, based on your current debt service profile, layering these projects in for a debt financing, that would equate to roughly 3 to 5 pennies over the next several years. And you could try to bite it off in one chunk in a specific fiscal year, or you could wait a couple of years out and take it in little bites. We haven't gotten that far into the analysis, or we're not asking you to make a recommendation to the council or anything like that tonight. Just trying to give you a ballpark figure on how the town would actually generate those resources to pay for these projects. Okay.
You use the term anticipated grant. Is that anticipate like that's the vehicle we're going to use, or you expect some grant to be out there that we can go then attach ourselves to?
So our understanding from staff is that they are constantly looking for opportunities to save the town's money and keep it in our own hip pocket, so to speak. And where those opportunities are, we're going to try to apply for them I say we, staff is going to take the onus of trying to apply and grab the grants that they can to help offset these projects.
Thank you.
So we might not have a specific label on it, but we would anticipate being able to find those grant monies. And if not, if for some reason we were not able to, or we weren't approved, it didn't qualify, whatever, we would just let that flow to the bottom line there on forward and figure out what combination of pay-go or debt that we had to take on to finance it, if it needed to be done. If it's something that was more, call it discretionary, it might get pushed into a future year.
Right, makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let me also take a second just to clarify for the purposes of this conversation as it relates to grants. There's obviously grant processes that we go through the typical process with our grant writer and coordinator that are obviously identified mainly at the state level, but there are also opportunities for us to leverage our relationships with our legislators, both at the state and federal level. And at the federal level, there's a process known as the community project funding initiative at the federal level from the federal government through the appropriations process. So there are applications that we can go through that's not a typical grant process that we are also looking to, and obviously through the state as well. There's opportunities through the governor's budget to get funding directly that's not the typical grant process that we would look at. So those are options that we're also looking at through our legislative agenda process.
Well, it seems like JC's been very successful already, so.
JC does not work on these initiatives.
No.
This is me as a
Then you?
legislator.
Well, you've been very
Yeah.
successful.
Well, no, he does write grants. So that is why I wanted to clarify
Okay.
typical grants process, but I have a background in government relations and legislative affairs. So I kind of serve as the town's advocate on that effort. And I've been successful when I worked in the city of Petersburg to work through the community project funding process to leverage about $17 million from the feds. So
Awesome.
I'm working that process through the town manager's office, but that does not include JC for the record.
We'll take out that would be good.
Yeah, I can do that.
So one other point I just want to make before we leave this slide to go to the utility support is that 3 to 5 pennies too. We haven't factored into that, call it the detailed level analysis, a lot of the growth I think that you're expecting from the assessed value reval from the county side. So we understand too that by the time you get to a potential impact, your resources may meet that need, may meet those needs. So that growth may generate the revenue sources to cover some of these things too that we're anticipating. So.
Can I ask you a couple of questions on a couple of lines on here?
Yes, sir.
Line 14, the bike path that has there's nothing listed there. Do I interpret that as that's something that it's not desirable to go seek funding for that, or that we want funding for that, but none is viable? What is the just being blank mean?
Just as a point of procedure, I was wondering if we could maybe hear the presentation and then come back with questions.
That's fine too.
I'm good. I really am good either way. I think we wanted to make sure I think that was an add in the updated CIP, because that is something I think that's on your current radar that needs to be populated, because you can see there's no expense either. It says unknown for what it's going to be funded by, but there's also no expenditure beside it. So I think for purposes of this planning session, I think there's actually one or two others on here, like on line 27 and 28. Those are things that I think staff wanted to flag for your purposes this evening so that the discussions can begin about, okay, where do we think this should fit in over the next fiscal years? Is it a priority that needs to be done this year, next year, or can we push it out a few years? And then let's talk about what that estimated cost is going to be and how we get there.
I like the fact that we're sort of keeping a placeholder there, because should the opportunities come our way, at least it's already recognized in the budget.
Understood. And well, to be recognized in the budget itself, it would have to have a dollar value, right?
Yeah,
But
right.
you're right in that we're moving from that, what I said earlier, sort of the each year wish list approach to let's identify over the next 5 or even some localities might reach out as far as 10 years. Where do we want our projects sort of mapped out? And so I think this is a good approach where we're identifying those additional projects that we want to discuss and figure out how we want to proceed. This is a good venue to be able to start flagging that stuff. So I think that was a good add.
And I have other specific questions I'd like to ask later, but just the generic, I mean, that was illustrative of a generic thing. Thank you for the latitude. Does this diagram mean that the money shows up and gets expended in the same year, or is that, how am I supposed to read this in terms of the budget year?
That's a great question. So let me step you through. Let's just go down the line at, because it's easier to see and there's less going on. Let's look at fiscal year 24 real quickly. So at the very top for Public Works on line 9, okay, all the total projects for Public Works total $200,000. And if you keep going down the line, you've got another $3 million related to total admin for admin and technology. So by the time you get down to line 35, all of your total sources, I apologize, I misspoke. All your total uses total $3.2 million. So those are your expenditures expected in 2024. Okay. Now it's got to be a balanced equation, right? So in the sources part, we've identified $200,000 in grant monies coming from VDOT on line 39. And we're anticipating some combination of PAYGO or debt on line 44 from the town side. So again, your total sources are $3.2 million. And that's how we've matched it up. So we're not trying to create an approach where we got to figure out how do we blend these dollars this year to cover stuff later. It's each year we're matching, we're balanced.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Okay, so if we flip to the next slide, I think the upshot on this is, okay, we had 10.4 million on the tax supported side. We've got roughly 13.5 million on the utility side. And again, the uses and the sources are balanced by fiscal year. You can see the breakout of the water fund and sewer fund projects. Not a whole lot to do on the water projects, but we do have some pretty significant sewer fund projects identified. And those alone are really the $13.5 million. If you look at let's call it the sources lines 13 through 18, sorry, should have brought my readers. So, but I'm actually reading the screen better than I am what page you see. We've got some ARPA dollars, some grants to be determined, and again, that bottom line that shows the town operation. So you can see that the town, through its either surpluses or 2022 operations, was able to afford the $70,000 for the water projects. Okay, that was for First Street water main replacement. But in the future years too, you can see we've got a significant project out there, $5.7 million that we anticipate getting a grant on. We don't know yet where the grant's going to come from necessarily, but through some combination of either ARPA funds or other grant monies, we would anticipate getting those afforded through those cash infusions, if you will. Again, if something comes up and we don't get the grants we apply for whatever the reason, maybe it comes to us through some type of Virginia Department of Health or DEQ grant, principal forgiveness, low interest, below market interest loan, or some combination of that, and going out to the banks on our own, or through a state bond pool program like VRA. That's where we would drop back in and update the analysis and figure out, okay, how would this impact our water and sewer rates? What would we have to do? Whether it's going to be a one-time, call it sticker shock moment, or do we have enough time? Can we push it off and really gradually or equally each year raise our rates such that by the time we need it to fund that project, we've sort of strategically got there without sticker shock. And that's really all I had this evening. So if y'all have any other questions.
That's fantastic. Thank you for providing that narrative so that we can have some clarity on how the numbers came together and what the process was. Because largely that's what we've been working on transitioning is from that wish list process that you were talking about previously to having the capability to have an actionable plan with realistic numbers and specific items tied to it. So we really appreciate your efforts.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. We probably should have had you go first. Sorry about that.
You're fine. I enjoy being here, so I'm at y'all's disposal.
Fantastic.
I think newbie question again, because I don't, this is my first time sort of dealing at town level. I'm usually like at the federal brain sort of operating.
Yes,
So at that world, we're often talking about having to worry about constraints of single year versus multi-year money. Do you have those constraints?
Can you give me a little bit of clarification on?
Well, yeah, like you either
constraints?
have appropriated dollars or a grant that comes in that says you have to use this money this year, or you have to use it within 3 years or 5 years.
I got you. Okay.
And does that really play out in any significant way within the town's budget?
Yeah, so
this particular budget.
I can address it from a couple points. Okay, so for ARPA funds, those have to be identified they have to be earmarked and identified for your projects by 2024, December 31st of 2024. ARPA fund dollars then have to be expended by 12/31 of 26. That's what the rule states, okay? So that sort of puts the ARPA constraints to the side for a moment. When we go out and borrow funds, let's say through the public markets or through a direct bank loan, and Vivian, if you're still on, I might lean on you in just a minute, but just bear with me 1 second. You typically have to spend your bond proceeds within a 3-year horizon. Okay, that's just sort of an IRS parameter. You have to have a reasonable expectation once you borrow that money that you're going to spend it down within 3 years. Now, does everybody always spend down their monies within 3 years? No. I can tell you, I've worked with some localities where things just get delayed, like the Great Recession. A lot of people just dug their heels in and said, we're going to sit tight for a little while, and money sat there maybe 5 years plus. As long as what happens when you go beyond that 3 years, you have to yield restrict those funds and potentially rebate any additional earnings you might have over your, call it your interest rate on your loan. If you can earn more than that, you might have to rebate some of that money back, because what they don't want you to do, what the IRS does not want you to do, is borrow tax exempt money, invest it at taxable yields and earn the arbitrage. Okay. So they might come ask you for a check for the rebate. Now, the way the interest rates have been working over the past decade almost, what you are borrowing at is so low, and the interest rate you can earn is even lower. That's been a rarity. Okay. So that's one constraint. But again, if you have a reasonable expectation, I think you'll have enough projects where I don't think you'd run into an issue. You've got them layered out. And if we borrow the proceeds, let's say, for example, since we have more debt to borrow, let's say or more projects to debt fund potentially on the tax supported side, if you could go back one side, please. If we borrow, you see how in 22, 23, and 24, it's sort of, you got a $500,000 chunk in 22, about $1 million in 23, and a $3 million in 24. If we said next budget year, so this coming budget year, fiscal year 23, we wanted to borrow, it's really the $1 million and the $3 million. If we wanted to borrow all $4 million in 23, we could do that, remove some interest rate risk off the table, and go get those monies. And we fully expect to spend down that $4 million for both fiscal years of projects within a 3-year horizon. We could do that.
So you're talking about anticipating rate increases, interest rate increases?
Right, so that's one thing that, again, with this being married to the analytical work we do with your debt profile, with your affordability and debt capacity analyses, having this type of program mapped out this way, it helps us to be able to update and tell you, okay, here's what the numbers would look like at today's rates. If they jumped up 50 basis points or 0.5%, that's what 50 basis points is, or 100 basis points, which not to say they will, but I mean, the Fed has already indicated we're going up a few times this year, right? And they just proved it. We can do those sensitivity analyses. So one thing is, if you do have those projects and you feel comfortable that you're moving forward on them, number one, you've got the political will that you're moving forward, right? And you've got a contractor line up, you're not off doing something else, you can't get a contractor, you're not gonna be able to move forward. So you gotta have a few things in line and be comfortable that you're going forward. That's what gives you that reasonable basis to say, we're gonna be able to spend these dollars in the next 3 years. So you could go ahead and move forward, get an interest rate that is before the other upticks, call it.
Is that something you typically see towns or jurisdictions do? I mean, it sounds, like a very much a cost saving.
Yeah, and I work with small to large governmental entities, and I can tell you in all cases, when they feel comfortable about their projects and moving forward, that always comes up. Should we bunch these things together? And the answer is always, if you had that reasonable basis to spend it within 3 years, yes, let's take the risk off the table. In fact, I won't mention the locality, but we just did this for a major school program last year where we locked in roughly 90% of the project because there was still some moving around. Call it, the project was evolving. So the final costs weren't known, but they had a good enough estimate to go from, and they knew they were moving forward with the project. So we went ahead and locked in 90% of the monies before rates started kicking off.
Any other questions or comments? Do I assume the layman TBD means like does?
To be determined.
It does,
I'm
okay.
sorry, it's not
It doesn't
defined,
define
but
it.
yes, that's right.
There is a minimum line.
I had questions about the general fund uses for the ARPA funds for stormwater management at 100,000 for 2022. So happy to see that. And what it says there is phase 1. I was under the idea that we were going to come forward with a plan, and then the plan itself might cost $100,000. And then for the utilities fund, funding the work on the phases is broken out here a bit. Like the central drainage under the sewer fund and so on. So is that right? Is that $100,000 for the plan, or is it for actually doing concrete work?
So to answer your point, your question, Ms. Linda, the $100,000 that was allocated by council is to establish a plan. So we have to go out for the RFP, allow that work to happen, and then we'll get that plan back. Those projects that you see in utilities, as it relates to the central drainage area. If you recall, we had some presentations from Davenport at Town Council. So just so we're not kind of confusing the two separate issues, we have I&I issues and we also have stormwater issues. So in some ways they are interrelated, but we're working on the stormwater plan. The RFP went out a couple weeks ago, so we should have someone on board within the coming months. And then we're awarded $103,000 from the state on a resiliency plan. And then the Northern Neck Planning District did a hazard mitigation plan as well. So there are a number of plans that are in place and underway that we're trying to work to obviously align and make sure we're working together. But through Dewberry's work, they identified those top 5 priority areas that we needed to fix for our I&I issues, so that we can stay in compliance with the state on a number of various issues. So they're 2 separate things, but sort of related. But to your point, $100,000 has been allocated for stormwater. And then based on that plan we get back, we'll be able to identify if there'll be any additional projects that we will need to include in the future CIP.
Do we have any idea of this? I mean, I know we don't have the plan done yet, but any wag on the scale of what we're talking about in terms of not I&I work, but just, you know, the generic stormwater for the stormwater system that it's supposed to work?
No, through our plan, through the stormwater plan and what they will be doing once they actually get on board, will be doing some of that analysis to see kind of where some of our issues are and then lay out a plan for that. They will also obviously be looking at whether or not a separate utility may need to be established to address stormwater specifically. Some localities have separate stormwater utilities, and it may be that to address our issues, we may need to separate that out so we can be intentional about working towards those projects.
So outside of the utility fee, this plan will talk about funding sources generically.
Potentially, that is part of the plan.
Thanks.
Any other comments, questions?
I just had one last question. Looking at Parks and Recreation and Culture, the town pier refurbishment at 100,000 for 2022. And then going down the line to line 13, the town excursion pier, are those the same thing?
Excuse me, no, they are not. The first refurbishment was related to the storm that hit last October, which caused some significant damage to our pier. So in order to get our pier back up and ready for the season, we had to allocate $100,000 for that to be refurbished. There had already been plans previously to work on the railings and some other things to refurbish. But what you see in line 13 for the municipal expansion, last year we worked on an application for VDOT with VDOT for alternative transportation grant before JC was on board. And we're not successful in getting that application through for municipal expansion, but that would be to really expand our pier to allow for ferries and other recreational use going back to sort of. Correct, towards what the excursion pier was in the town of Fayette back
Will we
many years
reapply
ago.
for that grant?
We are intending to reapply for that grant, yes.
Why is it slated for 2025?
That's based on the application and funding cycles. So at the state, based on the type of the project, they have a funding cycles based on when they would be able to allocate those funds. So if we apply the next round, the earliest we would be able to get in, if we were awarded, would be now.
The next biennial budget, right? Because right now they're working on the 23-24 at the state level.
Correct.
So can we change the language, since you seem to know the grant mechanism? Does it need to say TBD, or can we go ahead and identify?
That is not potentially the only item we're looking at, so no, we would not want to change that.
Oh, thank, multiple possible sources. Thanks.
Can I ask about a missing item? Well, bear with me now, because I understand the situation, but there's no mention at all here of sidewalks. And I understand that it could be possibly impacted by the stormwater plan. It partially should be paid for by property owners. But most important to me is, I believe that the downtown area should be developed with nice sidewalks to make pedestrian traffic safe. And so there should be a plan put in motion. And somebody who's smart about these things, knows about assessments and this kind of thing. If you just sit around and wait for the property owners to repair the sidewalks, it's not gonna happen. And we need to have the resort area looking nice and to improve the town's appearance. That's very much in line with the comprehensive plan. It's in the comprehensive plan all over the place. And so I just wonder, can't we have at least some kind of funding for a plan for improving the sidewalks? I'd like to see a plan for improving sidewalks primarily in the resort commercial area, but also, I mean, is that right? Yeah, resort commercial area. And also maybe a plan for how other communities could improve their sidewalks through assessments, grants, maybe even, or community action. I think there's something going on with the school area, and I don't see that on there either. So that's my question. Those of you who worked on that committee, I'd like to hear if sidewalks came up at all, or if you think that it's just something that the town doesn't need to address.
I'll take the.
How they're currently funded, how funding currently works?
I'll take his question first. In terms of sidewalks, conversations specifically around schools and safe routes to schools has come up, and we are looking into grant opportunities for that, although it's a little bit premature to put a number or a project to that. As it relates to the rest of the sidewalks in town, there was not a significant conversation around sidewalks or adding that as a project. I should also add that a majority of these projects on this list came from the previous CIP with several additions based on our council retreat in alignment with our strategic plan. So that is really where we are in terms of focusing our projects to ensure that they get done and they no longer remain as just a wish list and they get rolled over year to year. But we are happy to add sidewalks similar to what we did with the unknown for the Monroe birthplace, and we'll pursue grant opportunities as our capacity allows.
One of the things that we had talked about is needing the stormwater management plan, because by putting in sidewalks in an area that could be problematic in terms of the fallout from rain, that it might not be in the best interest for us to look at sidewalks until we have a plan in place for that.
And I think, Bob, you were talking about setting something aside for a plan for sidewalks. So a plan
At
for
the minimum,
right.
I would like to see.
So I think that falls in accordance with that, and that he's talking about a plan for how do we do sidewalks, right? Just a general. It may come down to somebody saying, well, in this area, you can't do sidewalks because of stormwater, right? Or you can only do them on this side. But I think also a plan for improvement of the sidewalks that we currently have, so that when you're walking around, you're not falling on your face.
And to follow up, we had talked also about maybe a developer impact fee that we could set aside and put funds in escrow for areas that are determined to be, where a sidewalk would be in line with the stormwater management plan.
Right.
So that's something that we can look at.
We are the planning commission, and the planning commission has consulted the town, and the townspeople want their sidewalks improved. They may not understand all the implications of that, but I think we need to show that we are looking into it.
So under that and looking at the general beautification, because that's what this falls under. Yes, so streetscapes, upgraded signage and directions within town, notification of amenities and
Also safety.
and safety. So conceptually, if we're going to keep this within the bounds of moving from wish list to actual implementation and identifying projects and scaling them so that they can be assigned specific funding and look at what the will of the people is, along with the strategic initiatives that council has put forward. Pulling that into for the resort commercial specifically, not the water development in town, but looking at resort commercial areas specifically, and including that as part of the general beautification. So that could be, the planters and the streetscape along Colonial Avenue to, like I said, signage and other things like that, and upgrades it. If we make a recommendation under Parks, Rec, and Culture, we sidestep some of those other issues with the wider stormwater management, because we're talking about general beautification, and we can look at what it would need to improve our existing sidewalks. We're not talking about wholesale adding to, making sure that the ones that we do have are repairable.
I don't care about adding sidewalks. I care about people tripping.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, and that could be as simple as going and getting a concrete company to come down and level and grind, so they can fill and, so the sidewalks go up and down, so they can fill and level things at a pretty low threshold as part of that beautification initiative, where we added into another project, and we can say, okay, this block of Hawthorne, we're gonna go ahead and add that into with upgraded signage. And so to me, it feels like it needs to fall under that Parks, Rec, and Culture. Specifically, that's where we have the other beautification initiatives, and have it specifically geared towards resort commercial. That I'm all for adding something, a line item along those lines.
Rather than having it be part of the beautification sort of look, and I understand that's the goal. But I'm wondering about funding sources. So if we characterize this more as a pedestrian transportation plan, does this open us up for things like ICE-T funding and things that we would not be able to access if we characterize this as a, how to make our commercial district more appealing?
And does it potentially also fall into our DCB Main Street arena, getting funding associated with something like that?
Yes, to both of those. I do think there are pros to, I guess, framing it appropriately based on the need. You could look at it from a multimodal kind of transportation perspective, which maybe would open up some other opportunities from a grant funding perspective. Obviously, solely from a safety perspective, specifically in the school areas, you obviously would have some opportunities there. I'm not sure if the school is in RCs, probably not. So I think maybe we need to start with a sidewalk audit of the RC, and maybe that's the first step. And then we can identify how much we're talking about in the future year.
So I would be favorable to having the plan not be restricted to the RC, but the plan part be broad, and then the capital part about implementing the plan be restricted to the RC. So sort of, if she's able to go out and grab money, if it's broader, to do that at the plan phase, and then to have the actual like shovels in the ground piece.
We get into this slippery slope when we've gone through this exercise previously a number of times, and I agree with conceptually what you're saying, but through that slippery slope, we come to these different uses in the town and the different impacts of stormwater management and individual ownership, and how that affects property owners and their rights and responsibilities, and looking at the wider development in the town from undeveloped areas or newly developed areas. And so we end up in this huge quagmire that quickly grows beyond the reasonable control. So that's why I kept trying to refocus on what we're primarily trying to influence initially with this is the looking and feeling aesthetic of the resort commercial area, because that is finite and quantifiable, rather than it's something that, like I said, it just becomes unmanageable very quickly.
I'm just trying to have what you're talking about with the school like pedestrian-based transportation, not to live as sort of an orphaned multiple orphaned efforts that are sort of blocks away from each other. Seems at the planning and assessment phase seems maybe not ideal, but when we actually talking about either getting loans or grant money to actually implement that, I understand. You see sort of my point about like trying not to have parallel processes running when we're just really doing an assessment.
I would add to the chair's point, in order to appropriately assess what we could actually accomplish with the staff that we have. limiting to the RC and aligning it with some of our Main Street goals, as well as goals for more increasing walkability in our downtown, which maybe would help with our parking issues. I would be very supportive of a sidewalk audit as we're looking at more development in our downtown core. And as we have some of these other projects like the central drainage area currently being planned for 2022, we will be ripping up some streets and sidewalks anyway. So if we had some of that information, we obviously could plan that and possibly prioritize those sidewalks in a reasonable time frame.
Right, and one of the advantages that we also have is our educational locations consolidated into a single site. And so that is, even though it's a parallel path, it is not wasted effort because it tends to pursue grants and funding sources of a different nature than we're looking for in the result commercial area. So
I also think that restricting the current effort to this area is smart, because I agree. I've seen these kinds of things where when somebody says sidewalk study, and now it becomes everything, and even the study never really gets to a finite place because there's so many differences in sidewalk in this town. But if we can keep it to the RC district, then we can get a good study of that area and what that could cost, and fund that based on the things you're talking about, and maybe get something accomplished there, and then move on to another spot to be able to do it. Because I don't think we can do the whole town in it, because it'll just be so broad.
and so by extension, to meet the threshold for what we've decided to, what the cutoff for the capital improvement is, I don't think that kind of an assessment would meet the capital requirement threshold for that. So I agree with India's statement of we're already going to be doing some work, and we're going to go ahead and do that informal assessment for the areas central drainage or where the statutes went up, or things like that, where we've already done some significant improvements, but moving forward.
So would we recommend the Public Works take over and perform this sidewalk assessment in the downtown area? Can we strongly suggest that happens?
Yes, we can always make recommendations to council at any time, but that's what I'm saying. We need to make sure that we can bifurcate things that are not within the purview of the capital improvement threshold.
So do we just put a line on either Public Works or Parks and Rec for RC area sidewalk improvement, or sidewalk improvement plan, or?
I think you're saying it doesn't meet the $20,000 threshold. Is that what you're saying?
It's likely not, at least from what my perspective would be of going around and making sure that we have a minimum HSE of, the minimum trip, slip and fall hazards, and relatively speaking in level in passable walkways, right? So that's what the threshold for the HSE will be. And then if you want to go beyond health and safety, then you can talk about environment, beautification projects and enhancements, right? So that would be, okay, well, we want to put crosswalks out here that all have the same cobblestone pattern, and things like that, and put vision impaired curb cuts and things along those lines, where you get into the evolution of what considers a safe and passable, along with a visually attractive and what contributes to the character of the town and the result commercial area. So that's
Well,
kind of where
it sounds like it's not a CIP.
not
issue at this
initially, and that's what I think that we can advocate for staff to go ahead and put some of that at least initial eyes on, since we already have those resources as a priority. But if we want to come around and add something specifically to the CIP, that it's going to end up, we've got to get some more information and give it some teeth and give it enough body so that it would be substantial enough to have the rationalization to go after that grant funding and things like that. So it would be, in my mind, premature to just put a line item on the CIP for sidewalk plan, because I don't think it'll meet that threshold. But we can take that up and do some more due diligence, and then come back to the next iteration of the capital improvement plan when we do this process again next year, and have better information and better understanding of what exactly we're asking for.
So I think if we're talking about just sort of a not have it, show up on the plan and not have it have real dollars and kind of a take it out of hide. My gut reaction to this is you're talking about going around and doing a mapping exercise, which sort of like we only got with the GIS person, right? So, and that person is, they're massively behind.
Yes.
So I don't know without real dollars, probably bringing in somebody other than outside staff that I don't know.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's part of our due diligence process, that we need to be able to have better formulated understanding of what we're asking for, because it's kind of arbitrary at this point.
I think for the purposes of the conversation, I would be supportive of you making an addition to Public Works and just name it sidewalk audit plan for downtown core and leave it at that. We don't need to attach a dollar to it. We don't need to attach funded by, and that way we can go after a grant for it if it's out there, and we have some flexibility.
Okay.
That would be fine, and obviously, any implementation of any plan is gonna put it into capital improvement.
Yes, that would be that would meet the threshold at that point. Yeah, correct. So under the Public Works, so we would say, under line 8, what did you say, sidewalk improvement plan?
You can say sidewalk audit / study.
For the RC.
For the RC, or I would just say downtown. Business district, however you,
Yes.
yeah.
Resort area, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe downtown, because that could potentially put it into our main street.
Right, and it might creep up around the corner to.
Right.
To look in. Okay, so.
Well, definitely this side of Washington.
Just unfunded things are just left with a dash. How do we indicate what year we're hoping this would happen? How's that?
Since it's not on the strategic plan at this point, we will have to prioritize that with the rest of our projects. So we would go through the grant process and see if there's funding for it. So it would probably be no earlier than 2023.
I think it's in the comprehensive plan too, so that's helpful.
It is in the comprehensive plan, it still has to align with.
Right.
our resource capabilities and constraints, how we roll with it, as well as the other strategic initiatives, because yes, we still have to be able to make sure that we do the important health and safety things, as well as the other priorities that are identified strategically by council, and additionally, what staff needs for operational readiness and capability. So we can designate it there. It will be captured for grant funding, and that intent will be captured for posterity. And this is an annual iterative process, so we can revisit this again next year with better information. So basically got the amendment as an addition after line 8 under Public Works in the format that we've got here, sidewalk audit for downtown with funding TBD, and if we have an opportunity to designate it or earmark a year, at earliest it would be 2023. Okay.
Thank you
all. Are there any other thoughts or comments about any other content or projects or prioritization or anything else that we want to elevate and communicate to council?
I like the format, the way you put those together.
I think India, you've done an incredible job on this, and Dewberry as well.
So much better than what we did last year.
Really like it, yeah.
So much better.
Yeah.
We
Light years ahead.
we confused ourselves very badly with what we had last year. This is very on point for very organized and easy to understand. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank Nathan for his efforts. We've been hashing away at this since October. So finally happy to see it come to a conclusion.
No, it looks great.
Y'all have done the heavy lifting. I just show up and look pretty.
For the purposes of trying to identify where we're hoping to head, even though we're not ready to head there, should there be a line like 4B essentially, like under under stormwater management plan, stormwater capital improvement plan, should there be, although we don't know what dollar figure to put towards it, I mean, the purpose of the plan is to actually come up with something that's actionable. It seems like there ought to be a line that relates to that.
So that was one of the things that we've been struggling with for a long time, is how to roll that out so that there's a high enough level of public understanding that this is like you said, that you've just got to wag that, because at this point, we don't even understand the scope because of the nature of the utilities themselves and them being less than visible and underground, and our resource constraints with the evaluation itself and having to go to external resources. So as part of the packet, we're looking at
Yeah, the phases, right?
yeah, the phases. So if you look through the stormwater management phases in the plan, actually the backside of that last spreadsheet. So in order to not invoke should panic, I guess, for lack of a better way of expressing that, and the magnitude that we know that the stormwater management can get to, but also bearing in mind the amount of resources that are available for stormwater management development and resources from the both state and federal level that will be pursuing. We opted to kind of do this outline where we explain what the process is. And so this is an iterative thing. This is where we've gotten. We've been working on phase 1 for 3 years now, between aerial surveys and all of the other. We've been making progress. It's been slow. And so we're hesitant to put anything else beyond phase 1 and 2, because a lot of the phase 2 stuff is actually going to happen in-house, it looks like, because we do have GIS and that's largely what we've been tasked with. And so once we get a better understanding with that engineering analysis and scope, and we can do vary the resources, that we'll go ahead and start to eliminate that WAG potential and put more teeth and details into these. So that's what the intent is as this annual revision goes along, to progress through these phases and better them in, because they're already being accounted for in the planning sense from the staff and public works and execution and implementation, and keeping in mind that this document is essentially a communication tool for the planning commission to transfer the feedback we've gotten from the community, as well as staff input, as well as what we've got in the comprehensive plan, and helping this be a way to communicate to constituents, but as well, promote those priorities explicitly up to council.
Yeah, and I was going to say the sheer scope of the work that's needed to really come forward with a plan and go through the phases is going to be very costly, and it's going to take time. And part of the process is the camera optic facility that we're trying to buy, and all of the resources that are going to have to brought to bear before we even get to phase 2. So
we're anticipating most of this being beyond the purview of 5-year plan, to be honest.
Yeah.
With you, for the execution and implementation of in-kind stormwater. So that's the other part, is we have a 5-year horizon that we're working.
So you're saying that will be no capital improvements within the 5 years?
Not likely beyond what's
Well,
been identified for this stormwater.
the central drainage area is being worked on, so there is progress.
Right, so that's part of that.
Part of it
between
is
I and
exactly,
stormwater.
but it's still part of the stormwater management.
So things are gonna be included, things are gonna happen that are gonna be associated with it, that will end up getting improved, like this central portion.
Yeah, but likely the centralized implementation of this comprehensive stormwater management plan is not in a 5-year time.
Right.
Is
I was thinking about doing it all. I was thinking that just capital expenditure of capital improvement dollars on stormwater management infrastructure clearly is not happening now, but I think I just thought it would be good to sort of show that like you're not expending capital while you're doing the plan, but then the plan ends that, you know, and this chart doesn't really lend it because really what you want to show is actually in the short run, not, I don't know, it would be zeros, but then it would turn into I don't knows. You know, at a scale that was sort of, you know, the time scale was really relevant. So
If I could add in just a little tidbit there, we do from time to time, where folks want to really focus on that next, call it 5-year horizon. But they want to give a nod that we recognize in year 6 and beyond, we may have these line items, these projects. What we do is sort of on the other side of the total for the 5 years, call it, we show you know, 6 years and beyond. Like one column, it just, you know, 6 years and beyond, or whatever you want to call it, 2028 and beyond. We could identify that, you know, have a stormwater section or line. And that way, at least you've identified it, people can see it's on your radar, you know, you're going through these phases. But then they also see, hey, it's not going to get done in the next 5 years. So we need to keep away from beating people up over it, right? We know they're working on it. We know it's out there. We got it. So maybe there's something to be said for giving a nod to that sort of column over here on the right-hand side, and that can be added easily.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you.
Any objections? Add a 6-year plus column for stormwater.
I think it would be premature until we have some feedback on the actual plan. Once we get the plan underway, I think we'll have a better time, a better handle on the timeline, so we could be able to understand when we would actually be planning those projects. And it could be within 5 years.
So, and that's one of the benefits about having this as an annual iterative process, since we don't have to.
That's right.
Get it just right forever, and it's not written in stone. This is as we understand things as of today.
That's right. It's living, breathing. It's tied to your annual budget process. So next year, the columns sort of slide. 22 drops off, 23 slides over. Then you know, and what you might see next year, to your point, India, is maybe it's still staying out there in that extra column because we're not quite ready yet with the phases slow down or whatever. So in that beyond period is where it's a little bit ambiguous, but it's given a nod. And to your point, if it accelerates, all the better. You can see where it gets layered in, it gets pulled back over. So just a thought, just something to keep in mind.
I like that. I think that's.
I would prefer and advocate for deferring it to the next iteration for future phases on stormwater management.
I would agree.
That's fun. That's kind of what we've been carrying that bucket for a while.
Do I assume that since I was part of the earlier part of this building, these numbers came from staff, I presume? We came up with the concepts and they came up with the numbers.
It was the concepts and the operational requirements were largely developed through staff, and then the comprehensive plan feedback that we got through all of the different outreach that we did.
Okay, so I don't need to ask if you agree with these because you're the one who developed them.
Correct, in collaboration with Nathan and our Public Works Director. Some of them were from the previous year, so we obviously had to change based on the market and everything that has happened. So some cost estimates have been redefined. And then as we went through some grant processes, we obviously had some estimates from VDOT in certain projects. So things were a little bit more clear. And then once we got feedback from Dewberry as well, so not just internal team, some of our external contractors who help with specific cost estimates on certain projects.
Okay, any other thoughts, comments, questions? So for this evening, we would like to, I'd like to get a motion to adopt the comprehensive plan for recommendation to council with the addition of a line for a sidewalk audit for downtown with a TBD funding.
So moved.
Yes, second. Okay. All right. So go ahead and take a roll call vote. Mr. Knuckles. Aye. Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Mack?
Aye.
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 And the chair votes aye. So unanimously. So we will make that amendment as noted, and then it's another cover letter that we'll draft with Mr. Shaw for recommendation presentation to council at the next session. So, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank y'all for having me this evening.
Have a safe drive home. A long ways on Gulf Road. Okay. Next item of business is approval of minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes that were sent out from February's meeting?
Yes.
Can I get a second? Or a motion to approve? Yeah.
So just a point of a clarification on the way I'm trying to pull up the document. I can't seem to find it in front of me, but it referenced decisions about me taking over when I wasn't on the commission yet. So that.
You weren't necessary. It wasn't necessary for you to be on the commission to be facilitator of the committee.
Say the way that it's worded. Leave the minute, yeah. So what I was worried about is it sort of makes it look like I was preordained to be part of the commission before you actually took a vote on me taking on the commission, and then your town council approved that. So I'm just trying to avoid any appearance of that looking like it's kind of cooked.
Yeah.
Because the town council hasn't actually approved it.
Well, as I see it, for on the resiliency section, it says Mr. Knuckles is going to take over chair of the resiliency committee, but it's actually facilitator and not chair. So I'd like to strike the word chair and put in facilitator. And thank you for doing that. And so I just wanted to say that I don't think it appears as though there was anything other than the fact that you're going to facilitate that meeting.
And
That committee.
Get to this point of the meeting soon about changing the bylaws, but before we get to that point, I've heard it conversationally that to be the facilitator, you needed to be on the commission. Was that just conversational, or does that exist somewhere right now?
That isn't true.
I haven't seen in the bylaws for the
That's fine.
committees that we have to have people from the commission, but we also have citizen input.
And anybody should be the.
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Then Vicky's,
Okay, so
amendment.
we're going to amend the February 24th, 2022 minutes to indicate Mr. Knuckles is going to take over as facilitator of the resiliency committee. Is there any other amendments or changes? No. Okay, all right, so can I get a motion to adopt as amended? Second? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes. Okay. I think we can forego public comments since we don't have any
everybody.
public left. Yes.
We have one.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment for non-hearing related planning commission matters.
like the art couple.
Nothing that I can say. now.
Okay, awesome. Moving right along. See, now we're cooking with gas. All right, so now we're got to discussion on, let's see, electronic communication regarding public meetings and specifically the committee. Mr. Shaw was kind enough to go ahead and do a little bit of a background on information for the meetings and electronic format and how it relates to the FOIA. Mr. Shaw, would you please give us a rundown of your analysis and synopsis of your interpretation, please?
Yes, Mr. Howell. This is some information just extracted from the Freedom of Information Act. And I'm not going to delve into it to any great extent. The bottom line is that if there are three or more members of a public body are physically assembled, that constitutes a meeting. if you don't rise to that level threshold, I mean, 2 members that are, potentially with electronic communication, that doesn't constitute a public meeting, and therefore you're okay to do that. The bullet point that is on near the end there before you get the staff interpretation, I think it's kind of the most salient one. Discussing pending matters permitted if it is discussed by not more than 2 of the public body, where the discussion is in real time, electronic communication, or through a conventional email communication. So the takeaway ultimately that I would point out would be, if you got 3 people, you physically assemble together, that's a meeting. And then you have to adhere to all the requirements as it relates to notice and taking minutes and that type of thing like that. So I'm going to ultimately just give you the interpretation of what I said previously based upon that language, and then the takeaway, the bottom line is less than 3 members of the commission are physically present, and this does not constitute a public meeting under FOIA. Therefore, minutes are not required to be taken. Public does not have to be notified, and the opportunity for public to present. Be present at the meeting is not mandated. So that's ultimately what it boils down to. Now, as it relates to a connected business at a meeting, and there was an example of that that you maybe recall back in December, when you had to have a quorum. And the quorum at that point in time had to be 4 members physically present. Mr. Howe and Mr. Ale were able to participate, but they weren't really, for all intents and purposes, voting on this to take action. They just participated, and ultimately they had to be physically present, 4 members of this body, in order to move forward with the action that you did as it relates to that. That CUP that was back in December. I mean, just an example of that, those requirements. Sometimes the language seems kind of convoluted here, but I think the takeaway is to distill it down to its bare essentials. You have 3 people together and you're physically present, that's a meeting. If you have 2 people, the members potentially of the planning commission, then that probably is permissible related to the FOIA requirements.
What I was gonna ask is that we're not concerned about having 3 commission members on the resiliency committee because we only have 2.
Right.
But what we want to do on the resiliency committee is hold the meetings electronically.
That's fine.
So we want to go live with Zoom and invite the community in.
That's fine.
Just as long as there are not 3 planning.
Oh, that's
commission
very
members
clear.
in
That's very
that
clear.
meeting.
Yeah.
So what you're saying actually, for all intents and purposes, in essence, the point that you're making, that's not a meeting.
It's a gathering.
It's just a gathering. That, I mean, as it relates to a public meeting of a public body, that doesn't constitute that. That's right.
Even if it's a committee of the planning commission?
That's true.
Well, may I interject?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I was about to ask.
I forgot that Vivian was still here. Excuse me.
Yes, please.
You're, Ms. Luna, you're correct. If it is a committee of a public body, then that committee is subject to FOIA. So potentially, and I don't know enough about who appoints this committee and that sort of thing. So,
Right.
but I don't know enough about who appoints the committee and the status of that committee tonight to make sure that I give you accurate advice. But if it is a committee appointed by the planning commission, then it's potentially a committee of a public body. So yes, it would be subject to FOIA. And the electronic meeting, the ability to meet electronically anymore, it's based on a determination of local emergency, so that ability is waning. But anyway, but to Mr. Shaw's point, he's exactly right. You can participate when you have your quorum physically assembled. So that may be a non-issue, but just as long as we understand, it's kind of, the two have been muddled in many, as you might imagine, because of COVID. The ability that pre-existed COVID to attend meetings, I should say, electronically,
versus the ability to meet entirely electronically, which was brought about by COVID, but in large part does not exist anymore. So just two separate issues that, again, they tend to get intertwined.
So to provide some clarification for you, we're looking on guidance of basically being able to hold committee meetings with attendees being a mixture of remote and in person. So that we can have subject matter experts weigh in, participants of different nature that aren't necessarily in or a member of our municipality, but can help with the efforts for the resiliency committee specifically is what we're asking. So we're just making sure that we are doing our best to adhere to the statutory requirements for record keeping and meetings and notice, so that we can have these the committee meetings with participation of outside parties, as well as local constituents that, for example, may be able to participate remotely at their lunch hour from work somewhere that's not in town, but have some core members potentially meeting in person in a town location.
Sure, and you should be fine, again, back to what Mr. Shaw was saying, if you have, as long as you have a quorum physically assembled, but other folks participating electronically, you should be perfectly fine. And just so you know, your committees do not have to keep minutes. You can, but you don't have to.
Okay. And so that's the other part about the committee is that typically that is limited to 2 members of the planning commission. So all of the members of the committee would be either council and or a combination of, like I said, external participants as well as individual citizens. So that's where the muddling and conflating of why we would need notice and what the quorum consists of, because we are specifically excluded from having a quorum in the committees by our bylaws, because we can only have 2 planning commission members on a committee.
And so by limiting it to 2 planning commission members, what all that means is that it is not a meeting under FOIA of the planning commission, but it is a meeting under FOIA of a committee of the planning commission. So you're back under FOIA. So you haven't avoided FOIA. So if you want to appoint more planning commission members, you could, because.
So if you're under the requirement for FOIA and you're not required to take minutes, what would be FOIA'd?
Well, by being under FOIA, it is open to the public. You must provide the 3-day meeting notices, that sort of thing.
That's what we need to know, is any kind of prior notice requirements, what that burden would be, so that we can meet that. If it's just posting to the town website and putting it on the calendar that we are having an open meeting and providing that Zoom link, would that meet that burden?
It would be required, yes. The 3 days meeting notice, and meeting notices for FOIA purposes have to be posted on the county's website, or I'm sorry, the town's website, and also where I think the language is something along the lines of where notices are regularly posted. Most localities have like a bulletin board or something. They stick a little.
The bulletin board in the town center.
Yeah.
The town calendar.
And the town, yes, but just anywhere on the website. Yes.
So I'm confused about the noticing requirements about the planning commission versus the committees in relation to having to publish it in the local newspaper versus publishing it on the website and the local bulletin board. Can you explain the distinction?
You don't have to, for meetings, you do not have to publish in a newspaper at all. You have to post it where notices are normally posted, and you have to put it on the locality's website. The newspaper publication requirement is for public hearings and zoning matters, that sort of thing.
So theoretically, we could post that in the town, on the town's website in the calendar section with a Zoom link.
And
correct.
Have it displayed somewhere in the town center on the bulletin board, like when you walk in, where things are normally displayed. Both of those have to be met.
And that actually, the official one, that I'm sure you use that routinely, but the official location would be in the town manager's office somewhere. It could be outside in the hallway, or just somewhere that notices are regularly posted. And I'm sure they have someplace up there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful.
Could you give us some like crib sheet notes on this? Could you send that to
Well-
us? We would like to stay in the lane of your wisdom, but it'd be nice to have something written to look at.
I'm going to suggest to you actually that possibly the planning commission have a FOIA training at some point.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good idea.
So do I understand this correctly, that by our own rules, we don't have two commission members on a committee? But your guidance is to say, since it's a meeting, we could have other commission members attend, they would not be committee members, but they could
No.
attend and listen, just
Oh,
like.
so if you have more than two people there, and this goes to, and it's very technical, but it goes to your notice. If you have more than two planning commission members there, whether they're in the audience or they're on the committee itself, it does either way. But if you have more than two folks there, then you need to notice a meeting of the planning commission and a meeting of the committee. Two separate notices, just to be safe. So, because once you have more than two planning commission members there.
So I'm understanding correctly, you're still not having to go through the newspaper publication because it's not a
That's
hearing.
only hearings.
Yes.
So really, it's just, you're saying list two different lines on the website and physically
And
in
posted in
person.
town hall.
And
Right.
they're
3
redundant.
days prior. That's the time threshold, correct? 3 days?
Yes.
Correct. Unless it needs to be an emergency meeting, but I try to be sparse with those and, because it, but anyway, yes, just for regular meeting purposes, it's 3 days. And that way, by doing it that way, I try to err on the side of caution when it comes to FOIA, but that way you would be covered if you had more than two folks there. And like to your example, even if they just wanted to sit in the audience and listen, at least you're covered because you've noticed it.
And just for our reference, who would we get to facilitate the FOIA training so that we can figure out how to make that happen, Mr. Shaw?
I would,
Weigh in on that.
I would defer to the town attorney on that one.
Yeah, so your FOIA trainings, and they're required anyway, I guess, for you. You can do it online, but what I have done for some staff there in Colonial Beach is, in addition to the training module, I'm going to call it, provided by VACO or VML, what we did also was then I came and provided a training that was more tailored, that we could talk in more detail about who on your staff does certain things and how things should work specifically in Colonial Beach. So I have done that before. But to qualify, and so just so you know, under the statute, the statutory training requirements, you can do the modules under VML or VACO, they qualify that you can check the box, you've done it. But if you don't do those, then the training, in order to check the box and meet the requirement, it has to be your locality attorney, so your town attorney. That would be me, or anyone with Sands Anderson, I should say.
So in your opinion, is that something for specifically the planning commission that we could do through the VML, VACO, or is that something that you would like to help facilitate?
I always recommend, honestly, both, because and that's overkill, I know. But the reason I recommend both is because it never hurts, to hear if you're like me anyway, to hear things more than once, so you remember. But the VML one, it's not very long, and the training that I do, it's not very long, an hour-ish. But definitely, I would say, just so you can make sure you have your training done, I would definitely recommend the VML one. But let me talk.
Can't hear you.
We lost you. I'm not sure what happened to your microphone, but it sounds like you're.
It's muffled.
Yeah.
And, so going on here on our end that we can.
I'm not sure.
Sounds like our phone got connected to a.
I think I froze up.
There it is.
Oh,
Hey, you're back.
You're back. All right. good.
So if you don't mind, let me work with India and we can get our heads together.
Okay.
Get back to you if that's something you would like to see happen.
All right.
And in the interim, if we could get that link where we could go online and get that training ourselves.
Through the Virginia Municipal League.
Okay.
I'll
All right.
work on doing something
Yes, thank
on it,
you.
distributing it to everybody.
At one point in time, Vaso used to do that kind of training also for planning commission members and BZA. Well, it wasn't Vaso, it was Mike Chandler, but it was, he was affiliated with it, but that may have been gone. That, that dates me. I'm kind of dating myself on that one, so, I'm not sure that's even a thing anymore.
Mr. Shaw, at a functional level, now that we understand this process, when we have committee meetings, can we send you the notice and you will arrange the in the building notification and however to get it on a website or
Caitlin?
who's the right person to send these to?
Town clerk, I'm guessing, is actually probably the best avenue for that.
Well, I would concur with Mr. Howell on that one. It may be preferable to have a conversation with Heather about this.
Just so you know, under FOIA, every locality has to designate a FOIA officer, and your FOIA officer in Colonial Beach is Heather.
Right.
Oh, there we go. Awesome.
Now, I'm not saying it's India's call as to who staffs what, and however she wants to see that happen. But just so you know, Heather is your FOIA officer.
Awesome, thank you. We really appreciate your guidance this evening. So is that enough discussion for now? We're gonna go ahead and I'll distribute the link after I dig it up for the FOIA training and we can independently pursue that. And I've got a good understanding of what's required to go forward with the electronic communication and the committee meeting, so.
So I think there was a related piece that related specifically to the resilience committee, and we were trying to figure out this language as it goes back. So who does sort of, now that we understand how this works, who goes back and makes the updates to that so we can consider that language at a future meeting?
So I'm not sure that.
Because I think there was an initial interest in having the committee formally exist, but we were on hold because of this question, I believe.
No, we formally exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was the adoption into the specific.
The question was modifying the bylaw. The question was establishing the bylaw.
I think it was modifying the bylaws and it was the virtual attendance.
Including
Yeah, I
that
think so.
as part of
Is
the
what was the
modification.
That's right.
If it had to be explicitly stated, or if we could just implicitly operate that way.
And with regard to the bylaws, we were just trying to include the resiliency committee along with the capital improvement plan committee and the outreach committee and so on.
That was my question. Is that something that already has been passed previously, or is that something that's now that we understand the FOIA aspect of this, something that we will do at a future meeting?
The establishment of the resilience committee was something that was it's an amendment to the bylaws that occurred last time we met, wasn't it?
So that was subsequent to that joint meeting when everybody left, and then we went ahead and adopted and tabled the electronic portion of it. So whether or not it needed to be implicit or explicit is what I understand.
Although I don't want to revisit the topic, we could raise this in a future thing, but that doesn't appear in the minutes, does it?
That's because it's the minutes for the February meeting, and so that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm mistaken here, Robert. So
we can handle this when we talk about minutes next month.
Yeah,
right?
Some months back, we formed the resiliency committee. And it must be reflected in some of our minutes somewhere.
Well, I mean, it was not in the.
It wasn't the last.
And all we were doing at the last meeting was updating the bylaws to include the resiliency committee.
Which we did not formally do because we kicked it down the road.
Yeah, I think Mr. Howley is correct, because this left it kind of open-ended. I mean, here, it was considered, but I don't think y'all took a formal action to amend the bylaws.
The bylaws, that is correct. So, and that was the other kind of point of order is that the bylaws allow us to form ad hoc or committees at will. And so we have already formed the committee, but codifying it into the bylaws for the planning commission is what we were doing. Is that something that is still, is an appetite
Well,
to do that?
it was recommended after, almost 18 months of work with Raft that we do that. And I think, the intention was to ensure that there's some longevity to the committee itself. So the language in the bylaws just helps to strengthen that resolve.
To put it in there before, I don't see why we should change that attention.
Okay. So we have now successfully cleared the water about the electronic attendance. And so do we want to, I don't have a last, the handouts from last time. So, okay, what we'll do is we'll put it on next month's with, we'll distribute some potential text that will go ahead and formalize and codify that.
Yeah, and I think the text was already included.
It was,
in the
and
draft
we need to
bylaws.
revisit that.
Yeah, the draft bylaws actually had that included. It was,
Yeah.
I think it's just a circumstance that, for want of a better term, just kick the can down the road on this one until next month. So, I mean, it's not an agenda item for tonight. So if you want to act upon it, why not act upon it? I know you want to make it as resolved, but why don't we just hold off on it? Make a determination by taking a formal action to adopt that on the next meeting. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
But that clearly puts it on the schedule, so we see if we can do it.
Yeah, and so we'll approach this with, go ahead and we'll just revisit the staff recommendation from last time now that we have some color on the electronic attendance and we'll just codify it.
Yeah, I think, given what the conversation we just had, maybe give it a little more clarity so we could, address it that
Okay.
way.
Next on the agenda is discussion regarding short-term rentals.
Well, this is just a component piece of short-term rentals. It's often adopted, associated along with an actual text amendment. And I don't have the text amendment language. I would certainly, what I propose to do next time is give you a potential amendment, a text amendment to add this to the zoning ordinance. We're not at that juncture yet. But the purpose of this providing this document is to give you a sense about what traditionally is the kinds of things that other jurisdictions have as it relates to a registry associated with short-term rental. And by having this, my intent was just to provide you some information only for really for FYI purposes. I'm not asking any action to be taken by the planning commission at this juncture. But just put it out there and say, here's some of the things that are identified as it relates to this particular process. If ultimately the planning commission would like to move forward with potentially amending the text amendment to add this type of use to the zoning ordinance and identify specifically or potentially with zoning districts where this particular use may be applicable. And I can provide the attendant language as it relates to the actual ordinance. This is nothing more than a companion piece that basically says, shows people if you want to apply for this and you want to identify and you want to sign up for the registry that you as an operator are identified as being permitted to do this. Here's the process or the application that you potentially would look at to affect that action to be placed on the registry. Now, having said all that, there's no circumstance that I'm saying that this is the be all and end all possible ways of doing this. This is only for purposes of this give you some sense about what jurisdictions throughout the Commonwealth have done as it relates to this particular use. The conversation, of course, has been had prior to me coming and working for the town on an interim basis. Is Mr. Ale has been working on, others on the planning commission have as well. And there's been some conversation, that's my understanding, that to address this in particular use, it may be, it needs to be expanded and incorporate other types of things that don't necessarily adhere to this particular definition. But my point being is, here's one way that you do this, if it's only specifically in reference to a short-term rental as it's defined in the Code of Virginia. You can take this up, deal with that, this portion of it as relates to specifically to this definition, check the box, move on, and then ultimately address some of these other types of uses that don't necessarily fall under this category.
Okay, and that's what I was gonna ask for the clarification, if because there was that distinction between the definitions, and we would like to have access to that state level definition and what the existing code is required of that, so that we can just, like you said, check the box and then add to that whatever uses and or exceptions that we feel approved and appropriate.
And my point is a takeaway. It doesn't preclude you from actually looking into something else that contemplates more than this. But this is a component piece of it as it relates to specifically how this has been codified in the Code of Virginia as it relates to definition and something if the locality does want to go through the process or initiate the process, that you would have to be registered in order to have this type of use for your property.
And that was my other question, was that, would that be most appropriately codified in the zoning or the town code?
Well, historically, it's been in the zoning ordinance, which is obviously a part of the town code. It's one of the codes in the code of ordinances for the town. I've seen it defined that way, and then there's other sort of languages in relation to this. This particular document would not be the actual language that you would have for the that would be included in the ordinance. This is nothing more than to say at some point in time, this is what you would do after we've adopted that ordinance, and the ordinance language is wanting. I didn't provide that to you. All I'm doing here is showing you this is something as you know, as a practical matter that you would do. Somebody would say, hey, I want to do this particular use and have this use on my property. What is the steps that I would have to do? Well, here's what you have to do to fill out this form. But prior to getting to that, at that point, you would actually have to adopt language in the ordinance that serves as the basis for that.
Well, one thing too is that we are now requiring short-term rental providers to get a business license. And so a registry, you could create a registry just from that.
Well, that is absolutely true.
Yeah.
But you know, in this particular instance, where a registry is done, it is also a requirement specifically in here that nothing in the section, there is language in here also to the effect that you would have to have a business license. I forget which one it is. It's in here somewhere.
It's noticed number 4 on noticed applicants.
Yeah, so largely this is.
I apologize. That's exactly correct. I'm sorry.
Well, in my view, that largely this is the purview of the administrative execution of it on behalf of town staff. It's not necessarily, it is a function of the ordinance amendments that we need to do to lay the groundwork for that, but we are not necessarily concerned with the form of the form.
No. And you clarified it, and Mr. Howell, I think you absolutely captured this exactly.
I think between any state code information that could be provided and
potential
town code amendment verbiage, in any kind of a draft form, maybe with some kind of idea.
I'm going to provide that to you.
Yeah, that would be great.
I mean, the way that I did it, actually, I backed into it.
even if it's just kind of an early thing, so we can get an idea, wrap our heads around it.
Now, I mean, it means by making this as part of it, you know, it hasn't been done. If you haven't gotten to that point, this is actually on the tail end of it.
This is kind of the cart, and we're still looking for the horse.
That's exactly right.
So, Mr. Ale, is there anything that you'd like to provide as commentary or color, any kind of.
Yeah, just a process thing. So is this something you can provide more information?
Yes.
Or is this number 2 we put on the agenda for next month? Sorry. I'm hand talking, I guess. I'm just-
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna have some questions and some things but
As do I.
I'd rather do it when we're doing it for real.
Yeah, and I
Next
think
month.
we're, even for next month, it feels to me like we're still at a review phase.
Absolutely, and like chop it up a little bit.
Determination
Right.
phase, yeah.
Yeah, no, and
Just
again,
a topic for discussion.
Yes, it's not something we're voting on.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's characterizing the proper way. This is not a fait accompli here. I mean,
Gotcha.
This is still a work in progress.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yep, I agree 100%.
So just a cautionary note, having gone through this with Prince George's County, Maryland, which is a 2-year plus process.
Wow.
That was extremely controversial, packed auditoriums, like, and
I bet.
a large amount of that related to communication problems about what you're talking about doing, when you're talking about doing it. A lot of misunderstanding around the verbiage that goes around this topic. So I would just sort of caution our steps, be very clear about when you say things like we're not actually doing, we're, having a conversation about a particular product. If we're not extremely clear about that, we're just gonna get grumped at a lot about things that we're actually not working on. Because I've seen this process happen and it's not sort of like, I have a disagreement. It's like, pitchforks and torches sort of thing, because it relates to people's income. And
Yeah.
my experience has been that anytime you start to have a dialogue about something that's going to constrain people's ability to be able to pay the bills, irrational conversations are very common.
We're ready, we're ready.
Yeah.
We've discussed that.
And we're
ad nauseam.
aware of that.
So in that sense, we may want to consider sort of town halls as a component of a rollout plan. I really think in addition to the substance of this, we should already start to think at very early stages about a communications plan, an outreach plan. We have to sort of a number of these things that need to go part and parcel so that we can have these conversations that we need to have without the distractions of just angry people.
Yeah, I want you to know that Steve and I, in the initial plans, created a communication plan. And part of that was to have community-wide meeting, maybe even a focus group, and then roll it out very slowly. So that we get as much input from the community as possible and try to determine, what direction people want us to go in.
Yeah.
Even as the agenda says they've currently been listed, they sort of just vaguely said like short-term rentals and that amount of ambiguity. I think we need to tighten that up if we're going to try to methodically work on this. Because just in conversation with folks in the community, it's got people upset because they think that like, oh, this is what you're voting on, like the whole thing's fully baked. It's just because the agenda is, it's a short digestible line.
I think if we categorize it like we have these others, discussion, right? Very clearly put on here, discussion regarding short-term rentals.
Yeah.
Like we have here, versus above where we have capital improvement plan, public input, and then action. If we, always start until we get farther down the road with any of it, discussion regarding.
So as part of that discussion, can you guys have that part of that discussion of the communication plan with some timelines attached to that for the next round of discussion?
I think once we have more info, we're going to fill it out.
Okay.
One of the things that the staff,
India wants us to push.
yeah,
Well,
they had bought some software that's gonna help capture some data that I think would be very useful for a rollout of the communication plan, just so we know what's what.
So we're gonna have a statutory review next time with some suggested verbiage as well as the state level legal statute.
I mean, that language right there is relates to operator and short-term rental actually are codified in the Code of Virginia.
Okay.
Those definitions are absolutely there in that section of the Code of Virginia.
Right.
They already exist.
So that's what we're looking at is the basis and foundation, and then from there, how we decide to modify, add, or delete from that.
Right.
Is what that conversation, in my opinion, is going to be around for that communication, facilitation, outreach, and stuff like that, so that we can get that pulse on, what is the feedback the community wants from, not just the owners and operators, but also from the neighbors, impacted community. So I think that, yeah, that'll progress. So we can definitely have that communication plan conversation, at least, tentatively next months as well.
Right. Well,
Yeah, and Steve and I can get together on that.
Yeah. I certainly appreciate it, your interest or inclination to slow walk this. But by the same token, the weather's getting better, and there's people coming in to the town, and they may want to do this. And you have to ask yourself at some point in time, is this going to be a circumstance that actually, more and more as time goes on, you get more and more of this particular use that's happening without any type of regulation. There is regulation you have to apply as it is for a business license. And that may be the extent of what the town wants to do. I don't know that for a fact. That may be all that the town council is ultimately comfortable saying, or is there something else associated with it? I guess my takeaway on this is, I guess at the same token that you want to be very cautious and careful. But I think by the same, you may want to be a little bit more expedient, because given the nature of what's going on with issues, that more and more as time goes on, this may become more of an issue or a concern for people, especially in residential neighborhoods where they believe that the fabric and character of that neighborhood is being compromised as a residence, and now it's basically a for-profit type of entity that's cropping up all around them, where historically that was not something that the people who resided there thought this was ever going to happen.
Very good. So I think that's enough on that. Ready to move forward?
Yeah, just a question about the committee. So does the committee have an ongoing, like, when does it meet, and does that now get folded in with our nice guidance on public notice and that sort of stuff, so we can, so the committee itself can start to do some of this outreach?
Right now, this is more of a working group, so to make the subtlety of the distinction is that it's not formalized as a committee, and we don't appoint people from it. It's just a working group on a subject that we have members of the planning commission working on. So I guess,
Yeah,
I'm sure that we're clear about our.
We called ourselves the housing committee. And so, we'll just carry forward with that. It just, it's for practical matters.
Right, so as Mr. Knuckles is pointing out, the regulatory requirement for advance notice for meetings applies to committees. So by that, if the two of you were to collaborate, you would have to provide 3 days notice and allow the public to participate in that.
Whereas if you're not a committee.
If you're a working group.
And you're just a working group.
Then you are free to just
Meet at
amongst
your
yourself.
leisure.
And then go ahead and report back to the planning commission. So we have a housing working group working on short-term rental policy.
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right.
Appreciate that. And committee reports. So we've already had a discussion about the we're going to amend that to committee and working group reports on the next agenda. So we've talked about short-term rentals. We've talked about the capital improvement plan. I'd like to talk about the resiliency committee. Anything?
I have some things to add, but.
Okay.
Admittedly, a little slow to still get started. We're still sort of in an organizational phase. If anybody is still listening at this late hour, we're still interested in more interested bodies to be a part of this, because the topic is pretty broad, and I know we have a lot of expertise from different fields in this town, and so we'd love to hear from as many different viewpoints as we can, both formally to express interest in being on the committee as well as just attending and being a part of the process, even if you're not on the committee. So sort of issuing that call to increase our engagement with folks in the town. In the short run, probably the notable things, and in the same time, we're trying to look at planning, which is a kind of a longer term view thing. We are up against tomorrow, FEMA 2.0, the new flood regulations and rates, or not regulations, but the new rate structure rolls out. How that's going to play out in the town is completely unknown. It looks to be a kind of a big mess as far as the federal rollout goes. So we're in a little bit of a wait and see mode, but there are a number of entities within the state that are extremely concerned about how this might play out. We do not know yet whether it will have a de minimis or substantial impact on other things we're thinking about redevelopment and those sorts of things in town. So we're going to have to wait and see because we can't get good summary data smaller than we have some guesses from FEMA about what is going to happen nationally, and we have some information about the state of Virginia, but we don't have it at the county, much certainly at the town level, to even at a generic level talk about where this is headed. So I'm trying to keep an eye on that process, not formally through the committee itself, but through a couple of us, in addition to the mayor, attended a workshop on adapting to this sort of topic of rising seas. We were given a grant, sort of a, it's not money that we actually received and gave back, sort of a funny money grant, to attend some informational workshops on what it means to adapt and change the height of structures. So that was sort of informative. It was nice that sort of expanded. Town council and planning commission members were both interested in on that, and I hope that spirit continues as well, as that both entities continue to put their toe in the water on this topic area.
And I just wanted to add that the RAFT group has asked Robin, our mayor, and myself to be interviewed for a magazine coming out of the University of Virginia. We've both done the interviews, and as a result of that process, it seems like we might have another opportunity for more publications that will come out. And I also want to share that the committee had a tour of Public Works, and we were able to get a demonstration from Matt Smith on the GIS capabilities. We learned that for some reason, Colonial Beach has not been included in the overlay of the ArcGIS and the county data. So you could go and look at and point to an area in Montrose and be able to point right onto the GIS specific location and get the owner's name, the legal description and all of that, but not in Colonial Beach. And it was very, very frustrating that, we've been excluded from that. So I know efforts are underway to, fix that problem. And the tour itself was pretty phenomenal. They talked about our capacity, water capacity and sewage capacity, and some of the constraints that they're going through, and certainly looking for opportunities to do new and innovative things. So one of them was we had a discussion about possibly utilizing the sludge and making that sludge and processing it so that it could be sold to local farmers. And other jurisdictions are doing that currently. The town pays over $100,000 a year to remove that sludge and bury it. And so it's a resource that's gone, underutilized. So that's a possibility that, we talked about. And our next resiliency committee is on Tuesday, for those who want to join us, and we'll make sure to get that published.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was an eye-opener, particularly on the GIS level, about although we have some new staff capacity, new in the history of the town capacity, we have lots and lots of gaps, and the need for significant more investment in understanding our own infrastructure. So we're really as a town at the baby step of understanding what we have and then the threat to that, and then we'll get around to planning. I think we'll be a little farther down the line. While that sounds like a long-term plotting process, and it may turn out to be that way, there is some carrots out there in terms of millions of dollars in funding that relates to adaptation to this that the state is now receiving. I think there's, in the current funding cycle, there's another like $20 million available, and the closing deadline, I think, is like 4 o'clock on Friday, right? So I mean, like, clearly we can't move fast enough to do that, but those numbers keep going up every year in terms of the available funds. We just don't quite have the capacity yet to try to go grab that money. But I think the initial grant that we got about developing resiliency plan, we're headed in the right direction. And I think there could be some substantial funds flowing our way. We're gonna have to just get through some initial steps.
And I wanted to also share, I forgot to add that the Northern Neck Planning District Commission is looking at the possibility of them rolling out a resiliency plan that we could collaborate with. And if we could then use some of the resources that we've gotten from the flood fund, the community flood plan that we received $103,000 for, that maybe we could get some certified floodplain managers trained here in town. So that would enable us to get more funding.
Mr. Christensen, I know your last effort was the index, and do you have any other working group or?
Nothing to report.
No, yeah.
We're still waiting for the website on schedule.
Yeah.
Well, we need to work on it.
We'll get that in.
I think that concludes our committee reports. Mr. Allison, you were kind enough to join us. We thank you for coming out this evening. Do you have anything that you'd like to share with us this evening?
Can I just ask one of words? Sorry, another newbie question. What are our committees?
So in our bylaws, it's codified as the.
Maybe I'm sorry, I read that part. I should ask. What are they all functional? Do all those exist?
Well, we also have the communication. Mr. Lee is not here. That handles the communication. Which ones?
Well, it seems that his job is calling him to travel, and he's really, he told me at the meeting, the last meeting, that if he wasn't able to attend this meeting, that he might have to resign. But his term ends in July.
In respect to the committees that are outlined, and they're all functional, that are listed, and that's where we're trying to add the resiliency committee. So in the bylaws right now, we've got the communication, the capital improvement, and then the trying to add the resiliency, and then we also have the ability to appoint and ad hoc for their additional committees and working groups as required.
And the capital improvement committee.
Yes. So the conclusion, Mr. Allison, thank you.
So nothing for me particularly. Just appreciate y'all allowing me to be, invited and attend these, so I can relate any of the pertinent information back to the council itself. We usually have our liaison pieces that we discuss, and I took some notes from what we had from here today, and then which we'll be discussing for next agenda item. So I'll just keep on attending and provide input where I think I might have some knowledge or interest in. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so that was the other topics. So I just wanted to wrap up. And so we've got the last other topics, is the potential text amendment that I'd love to give.
Okay, if you all have the proposal 4 page in front of you, I'm going to just read basically to put in the record what I wrote you, sent you this as a cover letter. I'm asking the Planning Commission to propose a text amendment for the town council that will make a theater a by right use in certain zones of the town and remove the requirement for a conditional use permit. Due to the fact that I'm intimately involved in the establishment of a venue for the performing arts in the town, I will certainly recuse myself from voting on this matter. At present, a theater can be established in parts of Westmoreland County without requiring a permit for conditional or special use. Similarly, a theater can be established by right in most business districts in the town of Montrose, King George County, and the city of Fredericksburg, according to research I have done and set before you. But a theater of any size is not allowed anywhere within the town of limits of the Colonial Beach without applying for and receiving a cup. It's not clear to me why, when the town allows by right, commercial recreational establishments within the resort commercial zone, which such establishments includes skating rinks, water slides, miniature golf courses, arcades, bowling alleys, billiard halls, ball fields, swimming pools, go-kart tracks, and gymnasiums. I can't see that a theater would be of more concern than any of these activities. As you are all aware, there are safeguards in the town code regarding traffic, noise, and signage that apply to all uses and are enforced by the planning and zoning department. A CUP requires a hearing to be held, notices to be published, and planning commission and town council consideration and vote. These involve expensive time and money by the town, and therefore charging a fee for CUP application is reasonable. But the fee of $800 is a significant burden for a nonprofit like the Colonial Beach Performing Arts Association, which depends on donations and grants for most non-production expenses. The association wants to abide by town regulations, but feels that this requirement is inconsistent and not, if not, unreasonable. My proposed text amendment would allow small theaters defined as seating less than 300 as a by right use in the MC, which is marine commercial, RC and CR zones. Theaters of all size, including outdoor theaters, would be allowed by right in the C1 zone. I believe this to be consistent with our comprehensive plan and desirable by most of our constituents who realize that this town should be emphasizing the arts. Of course, I welcome comments and questions as well as modifications to my proposal. Any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer.
So why the broad application of, like, for example, marine commercial to the by right uses?
Marine commercial is very interesting because I don't see that we have any marine commercial zones because all the marine commercial zones are also labeled as C1. So maybe it's beside the point. I really don't know. Either that or the zone maps that I have are not complete, but obviously the marine commercial would be, you know, they include libraries as a permitted use and lots of things like that. But I guess I just didn't want it to sound like this was a special thing just for, you know, the theater that we're trying to start in the RC area. But certainly, you know, as I said, it seems inconsistent to me that theaters are not allowed and without a cup. You know, I just don't know what the reason is why they have to go through a cup where, for example, skating rink would not have to.
My guess to jump in on this is, my guess the reason why is because at the time all of this was originally done, when we had the boardwalk, it was all of those other things and not a theater. So a theater was probably just not added to the list.
Well, theater is a defined list in our list of what's it called? Definitions, and it pretty well, and it's also in the information that I gave you, and it defines theaters pretty well.
Well,
They're not included.
I don't mean that it wasn't defined. What I mean is there probably wasn't one time.
Oh, I see
when all
what you're
this was
saying.
going on.
Yeah.
So it wasn't considered as a thing, as a necessary thing to include into it.
Well, it is included as a conditional use.
Yeah, sure is.
Right. I think that was just for the prudence of the evaluation of the impact in adjacent areas, especially for, I would say, residential, the RC, or CR, commercial residential I think it's in character with the resort commercial and even our C1 designation of colonial and in our commercial corridors, but I could see how there would be an inherent conflict potentially with adjoining residential exclusive areas and incompatible use there. Whereas downtown, you already have restaurants and other things that are intermingled with that mixed use. And it would fit that mixed use character rather than commercial or the residential use areas.
Well, I'm not asking that the text amendment includes residential whatsoever, except for residential commercial.
Yeah, which is pretty much exclusively right in the middle there. Right. So it's a couple blocks there.
So sorry about my, again, new guy confusion. We have a theater, don't we? And did it go through this process or?
What are you talking about? This theater has performed, the Playhouse, Golden Beach Playhouse, has performed at the community center up until now, and now we're using a commercial storefront on right down block here. So this is
I think it's not.
nothing is ever, I don't think, let's put it this way. Do you think that, maybe it has, do you think that High Tides has gone through
Right.
this for their entertainment?
Right, I hadn't considered High Tides itself as but yes, I would agree with that question. And what I was gonna say is I really like the way you've done this and adding the Maritime Commercial District into this, I think is very, very smart because there's always a potential for a Jimmy Buffett-esque kind of situation to occur where somebody comes to a marina area to, maritime commercial area and has a concert, something to that effect. And so the theater probably falls, that falls into the theater kind of category, maybe. I don't know, you would certainly know better than I would. You did the research. But I like what you've done here and how you've categorized it and separated it by the different areas as to what, what would be more or less appropriate. For each.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a multiplex here sometime in town, but I think it should be in the C1 area. Not downtown in the commercial resort.
Like next to McDonald's.
Am I right that the answer to my question is no, there's not somebody who's gone through this process for a theater?
In our
lifetime?
No.
It's certainly not in the 5 years I've been here.
No, so that's, yeah.
Sorry, that was my misunderstanding. I guess
Lost the
one
history.
You're talking about is the one that's being.
Potentially, yes,
That's my confusion.
but purely from the aspect of evaluating the code and inconsistencies, which we have been tasked to do, and looking at ways that we can modify the code that would enhance the character of the community in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and looking at resolving those inconsistencies and conflicts, that those definitely falls under the purview of that direction from the council.
So this is sort of an interesting thing because it's a particular use, it's a particular one business entity, right? NGO, right? Who's actually asking to sort of say, we would like to do what we want to do, but we seemingly have a process for that, other than I don't know if we have a process for a waiver or any sort of how you deal with the price question, but let's take the price question off the table and just say, there seems to be an existing process to say, I want to do something. It seems to fit in with this character of town, and that we would deliberate on that and make a recommendation, and then it would go through the normal process, just like earlier tonight's did. So, so it seems like there is a path forward for, there's not a prohibition, there's a carve out to say, this is something that predecessors of ours contemplated, thinking this might be viable. Right, but they wanted to sort of have some eyes on it rather than just sort of just happening without review. And having lived in other congested areas that are sort of near the waterfront that have event-related things, I would say that it's not analogous to some of these other things, businesses and skating rinks and stuff, because they don't tend to have a very much of a harsh on and off switch as to when the impact is. It's fairly unique for theaters because you don't kind of say like, well, the performance will be around 4 o'clock, right? It's like there is actually always a specific time. And so the impact of that is significantly different than like a bar that's open from 4 to midnight or something like that, right? Because it tends to, you may have peak times, but really it's a really slow ramp up. So I understand why there would be potentially a carve out for the category of saying, it looks like it shouldn't be prohibited, but you'd want to have the ability to actually look at it specific to all the things you're doing. What part of town are we talking about? What specific conditions they're talking about? Is it a theater, of 5 people, or is it a theater of, like, you would be able to weigh all those things. And that mechanism is already here. So that's sort of where I'm a little confused as to getting rid of this entirely doesn't just solve an issue for this particular theater. It eliminates the ability to have that overview glance at whether or not this would have an impact from other proposals in the future.
Why don't you think that Fredericksburg or King George County or any other county around, do you think it's just because we're on the river?
I think they have a lot more
Space.
land. Yeah.
Space is probably.
Yeah, I mean, we're tiny, so, I mean, in that respect.
So like a skating rink or a go-kart, it has less space?
No, it's the surge, I think, it's
I'm
a
getting used
different,
to P word.
it's a different business practice.
Parking.
Oh, yeah.
Think about a 100-seat theater. What is that parking impact for downtown area?
100 seats there would not be permitted.
Okay, so 99.
99 seats.
99.
Okay,
So I see. Okay.
so that's what I'm saying. So we're always coming back around. And just as an example of one of the salient topics that we revisit frequently, how will that impact that, and what would be the mechanistic way to evaluate that if we end up with a by right use?
So like, let's envision.
Is it possible for a bowling alley to have 100 people?
It depends on how
Size of
big
bowling alley.
it is, yeah.
I think that's Mr. I believe that is Mr. Christensen's point. He's trying to qualify by saying that they put a size limitation upon it. As a by right use, a bowling alley, it could be, something like AMF bowling that takes up, an acre of land.
So we could go.
And you could do it by right.
The other direction you could go with this dialogue is to realize that all these other things could have impacts, that we should actually add a lot of additional use. Right, because if we get scared to say like those should be big uses, then we just add them to the list as opposed to take things off the list, right?
Well, that is the flip side.
Yeah. And I don't.
If you're going to do a lot more work as the planning commission and for those things, when, those things are probably going to be desired. I mean, they're not going to put in 1,000 lane bowling alley here, 10, even 20.
But that's what the kind of balance that we have to strike with as the planning commission. What is how can we gatekeep to a level that is not excessive and prohibitive, but still allows us to retain that character and the land use segregation that's appropriate for our community. So, and it's not that it wouldn't be, but if it's, because your main argument here isn't necessarily that we should, you conceded that we can put a theater in all of these places. It's the relief from the economic impact of having to go through the conditional use process and the resources that it will take up to be able to go through that process. Is that what your objection is?
Yeah, my objection is that that it doesn't really require the kind of thing that we're going to Dodson or something. That's just not on that level at all. It's not a really pros, you can't conceive of a way that a small theater would conserve, at least I can't conceive of a way that a small theater could justify that much effort by bureaucrats and politicians.
Well, and looking at the vibrancy that, the theater brings to downtown and the possibility that, that could be maybe a text amendment to the other zones, I think adds, an attraction that, we certainly want to see more activities go on, and these are the kind of things that we do want to see. Downtown Colonial Beach, Main Street, and these groups all are advocating for this. So it's something that it adds a lot to our community and it complements.
Right, isn't that consistent with the reason why you would specifically line out that it's an allowed use with conditions, right? I mean, that's part of the review process. It's not inconsistent. I guess that if there was language in the code that said you have to get a CPU, plus we had onerous things that went with it and said you could only get one if you jump through these special hoops, and those hoops were not really achievable. But it seems like the only hoop that we're talking about is not achievable in this. If we're going to just talk clearly and say this particular theater, it's just the application fee, right? It doesn't sound like there's anything else that wouldn't be achievable in terms of saying, a theater that's that one or something like that wouldn't actually be able to make it through the process. So we haven't created something that
Maybe the
blocks
number is
them,
part of
right?
the problem. Maybe the number is part of the problem, because a theater that'll accommodate 100 people, right? So looking at the primary line that's in most of this is theaters built to accommodate less than 100 persons. And that number needs to be smaller.
Well, there's a possibility,
Right.
you can consider that, because now if the impact is such that it's tied to the number of people, then obviously you could diminish that number and reduce it such that not to exceed a number less than that.
Right.
And for all intents and purposes, what that would do is accomplish is to have that use as a use by right, but by the same token, you're not basically opening it up to a multiplex, coming down to the reserved commercial area. Now, is the likelihood of that something that's going to happen? It's probably pretty remote. But by the same token, if somebody had a developer want to do that and they want to assemble parcels and demolish buildings and put that there, and they satisfied all the requirements as it relates to setback and everything else, well, as a use by right, somebody could do that. And we wouldn't necessarily have anything that would be more controlled than just the bulk and area requirements associated with setback and that type of thing. So
what's the current capacity of our place?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a size concept in my head.
Right now, we have 39 seats.
Because what I was thinking was 50.
Well, we could do that, but then it almost looks more like, I'm asking for something just for our special purpose.
And I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to come to a number that doesn't make a huge building, right? But it doesn't take a huge amount of space or an exorbitant amount of parking. It just so happens that we have had an example of a usable space that is an accommodatable number right now, and it's less than 50.
Or you can just start serving dinner and.
And it's dinner theater, and then you're a restaurant.
Yeah, exactly.
Hand everybody a candy bar on the way in.
I'm not gonna offer
Dinner
anything
theater.
like that.
Here's a sandwich, go sit down. No, but I think if we came to a number under 50, right? Maybe that's more appropriate, because that it reduces impact. It's a lot less parking consideration. Maybe that is a little more appropriate, right? And then if there's a theater that wants to be built or to modify a building for a theater so that it accommodates more people than that, then they have to submit a plan.
Well, I certainly am thinking of the future that, if we build and become a little bit more popular, and the
Right.
town grows,
Right.
yeah, 100 seats would be probably
And then-
not. And remember, 2.5 people per car come, okay?
Right.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. So, so I think what that does is again, 50 reduces our number. It lessens the impact on parking. And a theater that comes in that is small enough to be by right, in this particular instance, if it grows and is popular enough that it's to the point to where they want to expand to be beyond that by right size, now maybe they have the staffing and the financial means, that it's not a burden for something of that nature.
Well, that's certainly a good point, because then your recreational facilities too would follow that. And that's a whole other thing we can't, I don't wanna.
Right, so
Dirty up the
you know, it all
water,
kind
so-
of feeds into each other, so, I mean, that's my thought is drop it down to 50, and then maybe it's feasible. I mean, maybe we think about.
As a text amendment.
Yeah.
Right, so what I'm gonna propose is that we all chew on this, because we've been at this for better than 4 hours. this evening.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
this seems like, no, this is
Thank you.
something that's very good. But
important.
I believe that it would be best continued at our next meeting when we have ample alertness and brain power and stamina to go ahead and consider this further.
But
Sorry, do we need a motion on that?
Well,
I'm going to make a motion.
is that, are you amenable to that?
That's where we're heading very quickly.
Well,
Yes.
it's your.
Bob, does that work for you?
I didn't move it, what did you?
So.
Oh, there's no real
Table,
motion.
or-
Yeah,
We're gonna table
Table
this.
means it never comes back.
We will
Oh,
put it
yeah.
on
Put it down the agenda for
the agenda for
Yeah.
next.
So that's the-
You're not tabling, just so that you're confirming action.
Yeah, we're it's a deferral. Yeah.
Current show will be over by then.
All right, so-
But if I may add my 2 cents about this,
Yes,
if you're at this late hour, the core, I think what Mr. Christensen is doing at this time is to put it out there for your consideration. It doesn't rise to the level of something that you have to act.
John, I'm sorry, but can I ask you to talk in the microphone, because I especially want you to hear what you're saying.
I'm just saying that for my purposes, this exercise that we're going through right now is only at the point just to provide something potentially for consideration. We're not actually asking this body to make any determination whether or not this is going to be something that you would ultimately amend the text and have us go forward with it. I would have to say, as it relates to these other uses, and I think Mr. Christensen, of course, is appropriately been sort of made the case here. Why is there certain things that you would normally or usually potentially consider that they would have impacts are permitted as by right uses? And if you go down this path, as we had this conversation, just most recently was associated with the limited number. Then to me, this seems like a slippery slope regarding this, because these commercial recreational establishments, why not say, well, gee, you have a bowling alley, but you only have 5 lanes. You could have a billiard hall, maybe only 2 billiard tables. And so where does this lead? So think about that. I'm just leaving that for food for thought.
Okay. All right, on that note, can I get a motion to adjourn? Second? All right. Meeting adjourned.
I don't know if this has any impact on why it's in there, but the only other theater we ever had burned to the ground. So maybe there's something to do with fire.